annoying. You can't hear what's really going on when you keep on having some voice in the background. The model.
What dub? I'm live at the minute. I've just gone live, Mobius. Do you want to send us your
Thanks for jumping in, Rip, Leo. Nice to have you here.
Give us your thumbnail for that video, and I'll put that as the thumbnail for the thing that we've got going now for the live show, and then right. So I guess Emma's still modding. What do we do? How do you want to do this? Do you want to have like a who's doing what?
Well, I'll just leave it up. You do what you want with Mobius, and I'll just sit in the background and keep an eye on the voice. That's it.
Okay. Well, let's talk first about the video. I know the subject matter is a bit going to get people all heated and bothered, but I'm guessing Mobius wants feedback on the video. Right, if everybody watched it.
I was suggesting that you get those dubs. You went a little crazy. I get the point from the very first or second one. You didn't have to keep on. It makes it kind of irritating when you're trying to listen.
It's like the third time you've said it now.
Yeah. Well, he wanted to know what he said.
What makes it irritating is when you won't shut up.
He asked me which one was irritating him. So I was going. Then we started adding this to a live stream. So I was cut off. So why are you so jumpy?
And I said, can we please not make it a Zanuck show and let's get anybody else a chance to actually say something? No doubt you'll get your chance, Zanuck, at some point, because I know how hard it is for you to get a word in normally.
No, he wanted an answer from me, and I was giving him some advice. Do you not want to hear it or not? I will not say anything if you don't want the advice. Mobius.
Well, I mean it's up to Mobius.
It's up to Mobius. It's Mobius' show.
Well, I mean, it was just my video. It's not my show. But
your video, yes. You wanted answers about which were annoying, those dubs.
Yeah, but we don't want just Zanuck to say it. So please, Zanuck, shut up for a bit, right? Let's get the everybody else who might not.
Can I say something about the dubs?
Yeah.
Okay, so the dubs were every time, like when it was saying GPS. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, but every time they were saying the elevations, they were GPS elevations, right? So they weren't true elevations. Is that correct? They were just based off the GPS position. Yeah, so you needed to say it every time they said it. You needed to have stubs in, I think. Otherwise, people would forget that they're not actual elevations, they're GPS elevations. So I'm glad you put it in every time.
Why are they not actual elevations?
Also with the model, like when he would mention, certain things that were according to the model, I wanted to highlight that too with the dubs. And yeah, the dubs, whatever. I mean, I had to make them shorter and do different things to them to try to make it kind of fit. It was kind of a pain in the ass, but whatever.
The only criticism I would have is maybe the levels, like the volume levels, weren't matched up. That's about the only criticism I would have.
I'm not, giving excuses or nothing, but the software I'm working with is not the most ideal I'd like to work with.
Let's not critique the video. I like the idea that you did it though, right? You point out the fact of something that somebody's saying incorrectly and correct it.
I've seen it done where it's actually done in print. Like every time it's said, you could have a little something on the screen that says to the model or GPS. The other one was Blue Marble saying the horizontal is the structure. The horizontal is.
You know what? Maybe I'll do that both for the blind people and the deaf people. That might work.
Well, it's just because it just is annoying after hearing it over and over.
Okay,
and over
well, we don't need to hear your input anymore, Zanuck, on that issue.
Note taken.
Yeah. Note that Zanuck doesn't like a particular thing. I'm sure that'll stop you from doing it, right?
Just so you know, I've just muted him for now. So when you're ready for him to join the conversation, then let me know.
Yeah, thank you.
I know Travis had a question. I don't know.
Yeah, just real quick, when you edited in the geometrically, because that happened a bit, I wasn't able to always catch it. What was the? Were you correcting something or just adding it in to point out that it has to be geometric?
Well, he was saying that the flat Earth argument, blah blah blah, whatever. So I took out flat Earth and put geometric because the geometric argument is that perpendiculars are parallel. So,
yeah,
all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
Yeah, I thought you might have been replacing something, but I wanted to know what he was saying. Okay.
Yeah, and I tried to cover up all the, like, in his videos where he puts flat Earth and he says, you know, these models, this model and that model and all that stuff. I wanted to kind of like weed all that shit out because I think that's all very suggestive and erroneous. And whether it's intentional or not, deceptive. So I wanted to kind of like.
Yeah, it worked as well because it got rid of the tag. There was no.
And it got rid of the tag, yeah.
You know what I like, especially about that video? The way you tied in, Mobius, the mirror assembly, and how it's it has to hang perfectly plumb. And the tube, the way you tied that in, that's beautiful, bro. That is the crux of the whole thing. Those mirrors have to be perfectly aligned, perfectly.
Yeah,
nicely done.
It is.
I didn't realize that they used. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I didn't realize they used like the pulley system to stop the shaking.
What pulley system?
Well, the four pendulous mirror, like the pulleys to hang the mirrors.
Well, they're not pulleys. They're rigid pieces of silica fiber, like glass, but it's like super thin glass. They're not on pulleys or anything like that. They're welded
no, but
to
it's
the glass.
to stop them. Yeah, it's to stop them from vibrating at the bottom end.
Yeah.
That was I never knew that. I never knew what that was for.
It's the isolation. It's the like seismic isolation. Any kind of vibration, noise.
Anything
they call
that
it
they
noise.
don't want to hear is called noise, and they have to cut
like
the
supposedly
noise down to a minimum.
It is neat.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say it is neat that they showed that if you had one string and then put 4 different weights at different lengths, it dampens each time there's a weight. Yeah.
Yeah, it was almost like it was as close as you could get to floating in free space.
Well, they even call it a free swinging Michelson mirror, like a Michelson system.
Isn't that the upgrade that they had?
The silica fibers was the upgrade. They used to just be what she said, simple pendulum, which just had steel wires wrapped around the bottom of the mirror.
And was it a 4-stage back then, or like?
Yeah, it was still 4-stage.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it was. No.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought it was still a 4-stage. I think the silica thing was the upgrade. They've done different upgrades, in the whole development of this thing, but that might have been part of the quad because they did introduce the quad pendulum system somewhere around the same time, I think.
Zanuck wants to make a comment. He didn't like what I said. Can we unmute him?
Well, I mean, that's the debate about the thing. I mean, have we got away from the actual structure of the video? Because I think that's what we're after. The content of the video is a different matter. It's the way the video, I want to get that out of the way with first, because as soon as we start getting into the actual argument, we've got to put the boundaries down for when that starts. So, I mean, I'm interested because I think that video was very good, Mobius. I saw you got at least 4 or 5 clips of video of people that are talking about their subject. You've clipped the bits together to make it apparent that there is a contradiction between what one person says and somebody else says. And I'm guessing that what you were trying to do in that video was fight the words off that people have said about the same thing, and how I call it wizardry, right? You're exposing the wizardry within the words that they're using. And I hope other people manage to see that too. Yeah, very well done. I like it.
And then Bob was in there and Blue was in there a little bit, and the things that they say, I mean, they contradict. They have to have two different ideals simultaneously. They have to hold two different ideas simultaneously. And those clips that I put in were them professing one idea, but it contradicts the other idea.
Yeah.
But it's them saying it. So.
What was good also was the tolerances that you showed, the beam, the tolerance at either end. That was what was it? A 16th of an inch or something? What was it?
Well, he was saying that the from a straight line it was only off by 5 centimeters or something like that. Or no, was it 5 centimeters or 0.5 centimeters, like a half a centimeter or something? I forget in the video. But that was from a straight line.
That differs from
the vertical
from 4
difference.
Feet. Sorry, bro.
Yeah,
Zanuck
that's a lot
is
different
triggered.
than 4 feet.
That differs from 4 feet. Wouldn't you say there, Zanuck? Yeah.
And that 4 feet is dependent on where the supposed tangent point is. He was saying that the tangent point was at the vertex.
Yes.
Which would mean that the whole thing would be horizontal. Which, if you have a horizontal, then plumb is perpendicular to horizontal. Well, it's going to be perpendicular at the ends of it too.
Zanuck is tripping out. Apparently, we're making errors at every sentence.
Oh, of course.
Well, I have one request, and I know that people are allowed to speak, but when someone has said they never mentioned LIGO ever in the past, it was always Slack, I think that negates them from the conversation about LIGO, but to each his own.
Yeah, I'd point out that he's just said earlier on today he's never been to LIGO. Yet, I have a video from over a year ago where he's talking about LIGO. Absolutely talking about LIGO. So, I'd offer that up as well before anybody attempts to take anything Zanuck says seriously. He's been approved to be lying. But so we've done that's good video. I give you a thumbs up for the video, and I want to see more of that sort of video stuff because that's good. It takes a while to do it, right? Doesn't it? Putting all of that stuff together.
Can I say something?
Sure.
It's not a 4.5 hour video.
Yeah, I know. I like the way you've done that with the voiceover, right? I'm going to have to learn how to do that, I think, because when we go into video making, it's going to have to be that sort of a thing, right? So, go on.
So just one more thing. Sorry about the volume. I don't know if you have the capability on your software, but a lot of times if you have like a meter, you can judge off the meter. So like if your normal video's green line, you're able to see the meter for your voiceover, you should be able to match them up. But that's if you have that capability. So
yeah,
it doesn't. Go ahead. Sorry.
When I try and take most of the stuff to the red line, and it's hard judging my mic. At the beginning, you seem pretty low on that. You know that your volume. You want you to be the most powerful thing on the video, I'd say. Yeah, you know, your voice wants to be above everyone else. It's your video.
Yeah.
Definitely well done. Definitely, you got the knack for that for sure, bro.
So if we're moving on now, do you want to have a go, Buster? Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say great. I was just reiterating, great video. Keep it up. That's it.
Right, and judging from the video is geometric, right? So where we want to go, and I'm guessing Mobius wants to keep it within that geometric framework of the video. So there's when you come in, please come in with a geometric understanding of how everything works geometrically and the angles involved and straightness.
Yeah,
also.
forget about the models.
Yeah, just keep it like Mobius was keen to point out. It's not about the shape of the earth. That's got irrelevant to do with anything to do with this thing. This is all about...
Well, the shape of the earth just kind of like fucks up with your, it messes up with your head. Like it causes you to like redefine things that are, obvious and practical. It just like, I don't know, throws a wrench in the whole thing.
Right, so basing on that, has anybody got anything they would like to say about the way Mobius prepared the video and the geometric principles that you seem to understand? Or did anybody gain anything from that they didn't already know?
Yes, I did. And I've looked at this a lot. The tolerances of the tube were pretty impressive.
Yeah, I actually have a lot more information on that, but I didn't want to make the video. I mean, I could have made the video a 4.5 hour long video with all the different shit, but I really didn't want it to be too long.
Yeah, thank you, Mobius. I appreciate that.
No worries.
4.5 hour videos kill me.
Oh, why is Zanik muted? Poor guy.
Oh, well, he can come out in a bit. Like, let's give everybody else a chance to talk. Otherwise, as soon as we unmute Zanik, that's it. Oof.
Well, one more
like
thing I'd like
a
to say.
cat that you got in a pillowcase, and you shake it up, and he's just like dying to get out and like scratch everything. So that's probably why he's muted.
Yeah, at the moment
Sorry.
he's scratching my DMs.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds bad. Don't say that. No.
Yes, I wish he'd stop.
It's not
Thank
a
you.
wise decision, is it?
Sorry, Essie. You're...
No, I just want to add one thing. When we're talking about noise, right? The cancellation, and everybody was impressed with the quadruple pendular system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's just half of the equation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I want people to know
there's a
that.
lot more.
Yeah. How, like...
Well,
go ahead, bro.
The scientist, he was like one of the leads at LIGO. He was talking about it in one of the lectures in the video, and he was talking about the noise cancellation, like the headphones. They use like kind of like sound, but like a sub frequencies or whatever to cancel out the vibrations from expected vibrations, like from traffic and whatnot.
Yeah,
So
apparently they
have...
use static. Oh, sorry, I thought you were...
No, go ahead. Because I know
apparently they use static. Apparently they use a static system. You heard him say it, right? 5 static actuators.
Mm-hmm.
But I was gonna, besides that, that's truly impressive and all that. Yeah, but I was gonna go that's only half, because that whole room that sits on, right, is on 4 other actuators, which are called the active ones, that actually move the whole thing back and forth, up and down, whenever it detects any movement of the earth. So it's quite a system, yeah.
Yeah, they've got funny enough, I mean, they've got pendulum seismic detectors several places along the tube, situated on the ground, and
you
that
want to laugh?
relays information. What's that?
Yeah. You want to laugh since you said that? Guess what the detection unit is on the one that I told you, the 4 motors that the whole room sits upon? Guess what detects the motion?
It's a pendulum, right?
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring that up. It's not just the passive mirror array. That whole thing, that whole room sits on a balancing trapeze thing. Yeah.
So can I ask you then, Mobius, before we unleash Yannick, the actual video, is there anything, like you said, you 4.5 hours you could have made it? Is there anything that you know, like, was there a point to the video that we could sort of cap it out? And do you think you got that point out within the video?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, for one, it was the language that's used that when people are afflicted by the model in their minds, they tend to use suggestive language that ignores fundamental principles that are used in reality, and I think it's suggestive to anybody that's watching it or listening to it that for some reason these geometric principles can be just kind of like thrown out the window as silly and ridiculous because they use these different keywords in their videos and whatnot. And I did add the modus tollens at the end. I don't know if you guys caught that, but
yeah.
So in a nutshell, that I tried to like break it down in a nutshell with that modus tollens at the end. So I know there's going to be a ton of people that are triggered by it and tell me how wrong it is and all that, but I know that there's not going to be anybody that's going to show me how it's wrong or prove that it is wrong.
Yeah. Well,
So,
I mean, there is backing in with Euclid. There's definite propositions, Book 11, that can be proved in reality that back that all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
yeah.
It's just a geometric fact.
And like Bob and Blue and all these guys, they'll tell you that all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Sure. But then they have to bend the plane that they're saying is perpendicular to non-parallel perpendiculars. Like what? It just
sounds like a bit of stolen concept.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
Which is, again, it brings it back to the logic, right? So, I could say, what you did there in that video, I think it's good because it's sort of, it's wrapped up as a geometric principle. But really what you're doing is you're exposing everybody to the word trickery that's going on in the background behind the geometric stuff. And so they're both working in twinned comparison, right? To perform wizardry, and people have been doing it for a while. It's like it's magic. They're saying things, and then not, if you don't watch what they're doing, they're actually doing something different. It's wizardry. So well done, yeah, I like it. So are we gonna unleash Zanuck and let him see, unless there's any other Globers or anything that would like to have a go before Zanuck? I mean,
any
like
calm any calm opposition, criticism, I totally welcome.
I don't think there is anyone. So it looks like we've got Zanuck, so I'll unleash the beast.
Or any other or any other questions anybody might have or whatever.
There you go. Zanik. It seems like
Why
nobody
is it
else
that
wants
if
to
you
say
put in Mobius in YouTube, you cannot find him? What the fuck?
Exactly. I can't find him at all.
Can you not?
No.
Yeah.
Can you not
No.
click on the video and go through that
Yeah,
way?
you can do it, but that's the only way. Searching for him doesn't work.
Huh. Well,
Have you locked
not-
in your name? Have you done that thing?
Is it
no.
Is it because he has the umlauts above his
No.
vowel?
It's because he
Can you-
won't have signed
Can
his
you
name over.
unmute my texting capabilities? I don't know why you're
Texting?
muting me.
I don't know. I
That
can't
will
do
expire when it expires, and it won't be long. Don't panic.
It is the Zanik. It's the Zanik.
What's that?
Welcome, Xanax.
Is
Just
that-
don't monologue. It's all right.
Hey, look, I will do what you want me to do. I'll play by the rules, but you don't need to mute me.
Okay, so let's see. We heard your other video idea, right? Now, is there anything other than the dubbing that you quite liked or enjoyed about the video, or anything like that?
No, I like that it had a lot of information, and something aside from the dubbing, it was fine.
He needs
only-
a good Buster, like a low-level Buster soundtrack in the background. Did you like the clown music? I like that. That was good.
That's fine.
When Dog
I
was
get all
doing
the
his-
effects you're trying to create. It's just there's a more effective way to do it without being irritating. But yeah, it's fine. The video is good. Totally put time into it.
What
I
about
was wondering if anybody recognized the Benny Hill
Yeah.
theme.
I missed that part of it.
Yeah.
Probably I was distracted by the dubbings.
Yeah, I thought that was quite good. Well, what about then the idea that did you like the idea, because you did the dubbing bit, was where he dubbed over the word trickery, right, and made it a bit more realistic. And that's the bit that you didn't like, right, because it was sort of exposing the fact.
No, I
you
like
guys
all
play
the.
with words.
I enjoy the perspective, and I want to make comments to those comments, but I wasn't able to, obviously, because I was muted, and then, of course, my text was taken away, too. I thought this was supposed to be a forum where it's friendly, we're all going to exchange ideas, but, squashing me with the text, that's like a Huey.
Panic. You know exactly why it happened. You were told what was going on.
Yeah.
Any more moaning, and it's just going to happen again. Okay? That's the way it's going to work on these live shows. So, enough. Thank you.
Anyway, so you want to go over some of the things I had made a list about, things that you were messy and others were making
Got a
comments on?
list. Can we? Well, we do the word trickery. What do you think about that? Did he?
Thanks for taking my sorry, bro.
Did he
Thanks
expose
for
the
taking
word
my
trickery?
Question,
note.
so Mobius, what contradictions were made? I still don't understand what those problems were on the video.
Well, all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel,
Correct. They
and
are.
plumb is perpendicular to horizontal.
Plumb is perpendicular to a horizontal, yes.
What do you mean a horizontal?
Well, the horizontal that originates at that plumb line, which is perpendicular to level. And level would be an orientation perpendicular to plumb, and horizontal would be that straight line that went out into the distance from that.
Straight line. So a straight line that,
Yeah, straight line.
yeah.
Now,
So
doesn't mean the level.
plumb-
Hold on, doesn't
a
mean
plumb-
level. Will continue.
Hold on. A plumb perpendicular to a straight line. Where on that straight line is it perpendicular?
At the origin,
What origin? What do you mean origin?
where it starts. Origin means where it begins.
Okay, so further out on that straight line, that horizontal, plumb's not perpendicular to it.
The origin plumb line will be perpendicular to it. Yes,
What do you mean origin plumb line?
I think it's
You mean
self-explanatory.
a plumb
You set up-
line like
You
5
know
feet
what I'm
out?
saying. You know what I'm saying. You have a plumb line.
A
You
plumb
have
line 4 feet
you
out.
measure
is it gonna
you
be
measure 90
perpendicular?
degrees. I'm trying to explain to you. You have a plumb line. You set up a line which is perpendicular to that plumb line. That is now a horizontal. It goes off into infinity in the distance. Everything along that plumb line, everything along that horizontal line, if other lines are parallel to it, they will be parallel to it, and they will also be parallel to perpendicular to the plumb line, to that plumb line. Now, if you go out a distance, if you have a curved surface beneath it, then the plumb line obviously will change angularly with respect to the origin plumb line. And that's what they're saying in the video, which I think you might have missed.
That's what who's saying in what video?
The engineers that were talking about the construction, about the tubes, the 20-meter tubes, about the original originating plumb line and an established horizontal, which is a tangent, and then the subsequent positions and the end position, which was the deviation of 4 feet.
The engineers never said anything about a tangent.
Yeah, you had a drawing where it showed it being a tangent to the curve in a couple of those drawings that you had on the video. But anyway, in any effect, the reason that
those were F.E. Dogma's drawings, not the engineers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who was. It's hard to follow. I had too much background dubbing.
Yeah, right. The
Anyway,
dubbing threw
the point is,
off.
there's nothing wrong with what they said. Yes, everything on that horizontal will be perpendicular if they're parallel to that horizontal, perpendicular to that origin plumb line. And what they're saying is that
origin plumb line. What about the horizontal?
The horizontal is established via that originating plumb line.
So, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So when all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel,
what do you mean?
How are you differentiating? All perpendiculars to a plane.
Can you let him
parallel.
get the questions out?
No, I want to know what he means by all perpendiculars to a plane.
All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. Yes.
Parallel.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Can I finish the question?
Sure.
Okay. So all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. So how do you differentiate which plane has parallel perpendiculars and which plane does not have parallel perpendiculars when all perpendiculars to a plane that's non-distinctive are parallel?
You just said it. All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
Right. Well, a horizontal plane.
Yes.
It's a plane. It's
a plane. Correct.
Yeah, it's flat. It's completely
straight.
Straight, right. So where on that plane can you have parallel perpendiculars to it?
Every horizontal that's parallel to that plane would be perpendicular to the origin, and to that parallel to that plane.
Why do you keep saying origin? What do you mean origin?
Because that's where the horizontal is established.
It's established between 2 points or 3 coplanar points.
There is a plumb line which has 2 points.
2
Would you agree?
collinear points.
So
and a plane has 3 coplanar points. Do you not agree?
It's not. We're not talking about a plane. We're talking about straight lines.
We're talking about a plane.
Don't confuse it with having a plane.
Line.
Don't.
What?
You're confusing it by adding the word plane in there. Let's talk about just straight lines.
Fine. Let's talk about straight line.
Straight
line has 2 points, right?
Straight line has 2 points. The vertical of the plumb line has 2 points. That line has a perpendicular line to it, and that is a straight line, also called the horizontal.
So
that horizontal hold on, let me finish. I'm almost done. That horizontal will be perpendicular to that plumb line, and every horizontal that's parallel to it will also be perpendicular to the plumb line. Does that make sense?
So how do you distinguish between planes or straight lines, perpendicular relationship? It's not one way.
I don't even know what you said right there.
I said the perpendicularity is not just one orientation. It's a relationship between 2 crossing lines at right angles to each other.
Right. So you're saying that I know what you're asking, and I'm trying to get it out of you.
It goes both ways. Perpendiculars.
You're just talking over me. Hold on a second.
Perpendiculars.
I don't want to get in trouble by whoever was.
Any straight line or any plane are parallel.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So the perpendicularity is reference to the plumb line. That horizontal is perpendicular to the plumb line. Every horizontal that's parallel to that horizontal is perpendicular to that plumb line. That particular plumb line. It doesn't say in any way, shape, or form that horizontal will be perpendicular to other plumb lines. Because if those plumb lines are not parallel, then they won't be perpendicular to that horizontal, correct? So that's what I'm saying.
And where do you see plumb not being perpendicular to horizontal?
Everywhere in that tube to over its distance. The reason why it has to be 4 feet higher or lower at the other end to keep it straight and not follow the curvature of the Earth.
First of all, those are GPS. Those are a model elevations. Those aren't.
They're measured.
Elevations.
GPS measured.
First order. Those aren't first order measurements.
Yes, they are. They're measured by GPS.
No, they aren't.
They're measured by a satellite.
The
that
elevation,
is
the elevation of the ground underneath there, the elevation that they are going off of, it even says in the video, the guy even says they're basing it off of the WGS 84, which is a model.
No, that's a measure. That's a measure.
GPS.
It's a model.
GPS is third, fourth order measurement at best.
At best.
Why do you say that? Why do you say it's third or fourth order?
Look it up, Zanuck. Go research vertical accuracy using GPS. See what kind of inconsistencies you'll find with that.
Okay, fine. And it's the error is they can measure within fractions of an inch from a satellite. They can measure a degree. Hold on. Can I finish?
Hang on. No. You were told that you should understand how accurate the GPS elevation is. You should come back after you've done that.
I already know how it works. You can tell me if I'm wrong or not, but it's based on the GPS measurement. GPS can be fractions of an inch. All this measuring, it's a distance between its orbit and the surface of the Earth.
It's not based on GPS measurements at all.
Oh, the WGS 84 is not based on GPS?
No, that's based on the standard measurements that had already been taken through spirit level.
Calculations. Yeah, it's calculated to... It takes the first order measurements and calculates it to match a model. And then they use those datum points, those vertical datums, in reference to when they build large projects like this. So those measurements, those quote unquote actual measurements, are actually GPS measurements that are used in coordination with the WGS 84 model, which is a reference model that they tweaked the actual measurements to match. It's a mind fuck.
Well, I'll look into it. I'm not gonna disagree with you without the confidence that I know, because I don't know for sure. But as I understood the WGS 84 measurements to be, is based on the ellipsoid, and that was
it is based on the ellipsoid. It's a hypothetical reference model.
Well, it's not hypothetical. They measure it.
It is a hypothetical.
I don't know so I'll go back and do some research. So let's move on to something
do some
else.
research. Okay.
But anyway, so we have a measure. We can measure the elevation changes. We can do it with spirit levels and theodolites and things. They can probably figure things out that way. They're saying they're saying one side
theodolites inside the structure, and they use the actual mirrors and the optics in the LIGO to match the theodolite readings. Yeah.
Okay. So one of the things they did,
that's something I missed earlier. The coincidence bubble level that's part of that system.
And that was just on the outside cart. The cart.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So SE made the comment. That's why I wanted to jump in earlier. He said, "Isn't it funny they have these mirrors that are perfectly aligned from one end to the other?" He didn't get the part in that presentation in the video that said that they actually changed the mirrors to actually be aligned. They had adjustments of those mirrors to do that. If they were hanging, this would be the biggest proof. You'd win the argument right now if you could say that hanging mirrors were perfectly parallel to one another, so they reflected the laser beams or could reflect the laser beams perfectly straight. Then I would quit and say the Earth is flat right now. So he got it wrong.
Nobody's saying the Earth is flat. First of all, second of all, let me hold on a second.
That's what SE said.
Let me address what you just said. Is that fair?
Sure, but you have to acknowledge that's what he did say. He said because those mirrors are hanging.
Zanuck, please don't go into your monologue yet again.
Let Mobius clarifying the point.
Please.
I'm going to address what you said, Zanuck. Can I get a chance or no?
Of course.
Okay. So first, nobody's saying that the Earth is flat. Second of all, and that's part of the language that I'm talking about. That's part of the reason why I did the dubs that are annoying to you so much. Secondly, yes, they adjust the mirrors because they have to. I mean, you can't just hang a picture on the wall and not adjust it, right? You can get lucky every once in a while, but when you're trying to bounce a laser 300 times per second over 4 kilometers and hit within the fraction of the width of a proton in accuracy back to the return source so that you can measure, yeah, they're going to adjust that fucking mirror. Nobody's saying that they did not align the mirror. They used very specific, very technical applications to adjust those mirrors.
Wait a
But
minute.
nobody in that video said that they adjusted it to account for the 4-foot difference in angle that it would take to bounce a mirror 4 kilometers away.
Can I answer before you go too far? So if you can back and forth, we need to be able to kind
I
of
was
take.
monologuing. You're right.
We're
Go ahead.
monologuing.
Zanuck, like this is being live hosted, right? And you're asking him questions.
No,
you're
but
you're asking people not to interrupt you, but then you're interrupting the guy before he's actually finished.
I don't want to forget the thought.
You might be like, just jot it down,
yeah,
put it
please.
on the list, and wait until he's finished, please.
I know, but he knows he was monologuing.
He was nearly finished.
He's finished.
It's his presentation. He can monologue if he wants.
Oh my God. Yes, to answer your question, it was mentioned. They talked about the angle of change.
I'm not too keen on Zanuck trying to do a takeover. Is anybody else more concerned about what Zanuck's got to say, or letting Mobius finish what he was saying?
Mobius, do you want the answer or not?
To it, or is there only Zanuck that's ever going to be arguing with anybody here?
It's only Zanuck apparently, but it's entirely up to you and Mobius. It's your show, so.
Mobius, do you want the answer or not?
I was giving you an answer.
I know, but they thought I was talking over you. But okay, let me just move on. I will stop. As soon as you say be quiet, I will. I promise. So, what it was said in the presentation, they talked about the accuracy.
Oh my gosh,
who is that? Who is doing that?
Redman, your mic is
Redman, your mic's gone, dude.
Yeah, jump out, jump back in again.
So Mobius, they did talk about it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Mobius, they did talk about it in the video very specifically. They talked about the angle of that mirror being deviating, and I remember it being 4 zeros and a 1 degrees, several thousandths of a degree angle change to account for that 4 feet drop. So that was talked about. You said it wasn't, but it was.
No, Effie Dogma mentioned it. And he based that calculation off of a reference model. The scientists that put the scientists that were in the video that I clipped, that were actually like working on the thing, they never said anything about accounting for Earth curvature or anything like that.
Well, that could be another criticism. Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was going to say that's probably one of the criticisms of the video is that I don't really know who's actually talking. So that's just a side point, because I thought it was the engineers that were saying that.
Yeah, no, it was a redo of somebody's analysis. I wanted to, add some different things in there besides just replaying his video.
Yeah, maybe we're not. Sorry, Mobius. I'm just wondering. Maybe not enough people know that you're actually critiquing a Epidogma video.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what
I put it in the beginning of the video and
I know some people might have missed the beginning of the video. I'm sorry.
It's the way that Zanuck keeps portraying it as though it's the engineers or something at LIGO. It's not. It's just Effie Dogma saying some stuff that his model dictates that he says. It's basically what Mobius was trying to get across at the beginning bit. The model obsessed people, because they are model obsessed. And
the question would be actually for you, if you really cared about it,
and not letting you talk. It's quite obvious. They get all triggered. Just have to jump in. It's unfortunate, but we're just trying to talk about what would happen in reality, some basic geometric concepts here about how this straight beam, the straightest thing in the universe, claimed by some, but then now claimed never to have been there.
Yeah, you made a comment about. Are you done? I don't want to interrupt you, because I thought you were done before. Sorry.
I don't know
But I've never said I was there. You can go back a year. I never said I was there.
You're now
You
roboting,
might have to
Zanuck.
drop and come back. You're breaking up a little bit, dude.
God, I thought that was my
No,
connection.
Zanuck. Drop and come back, Zanuck.
Roboting. And that AC in the background, oh my god, that's so annoying. But yeah, it's go ahead, SE.
Is Zanuck back?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah.
Zanuck, hold on a second. Hold on. I want to address something to you, Zanuck. Hold on.
I was talking to Bev before I had to join. Come back. So Bev,
okay, go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead.
Just for a second. But Bev, you said you had a video of me a year ago. I've never said I've been at Slack. If I ever said I was there, I was referring to Slack. It might have been like it was recently, a couple days ago. But I've never been to LIGO. Never will go to LIGO. Never talked about anything other than what LIGO possibly could be. But I know about Slack. So just to make it clear.
You just misspoke in your explanation of maybe misspeaking, so I don't know if that's true or anything. But I thought you said you had never been to Slack either. You just worked on the program. No,
I was very clear. I've been in there. We've rolled the balls. They showed the demos of the plumb lines. I've been there. Yes, I've made it very clear over the years that I've been there. I've shown pictures of the places. I posted the engineers' quotes that I was quoted to by them. I mean,
post the video of those balls rolling to the center. That'd be awesome.
I didn't have a video of that. You can go there and they'll do the little demo for you if you like.
Can you remember a bit ago I did a video called My Geometric Model Dictates, and it was like a series. It started the series and it was rolling balls and uphill rivers. Well, that featured you, and that started off the LIGO conversation that we had, because when we looked into it, it was the perfect example of a Cartesian coordinate system, XYZ, perpendiculars, the mirrors are the Z.
So here's so yeah,
the X and the Y.
All right, I guess you can.
But it was definitely LIGO.
I've never mentioned that I was at LIGO. If you were talking about what they would do, hypothetically, yes. But I've only been to Slack, and that's where I saw the demo.
Let me get a question in because I got to go silent for a while, if I may.
Go ahead, SE, let's hear it.
Zanuck, are you under the misconception that the mirrors are on either end are off by like 4 feet or something? They're not plumb by that amount?
Where did you get that value from? What's your thought process there? I never said that or implied it.
Okay, what exactly are you implying? You're implying that the mirrors are not parallel at either end, right?
Correct.
By how much?
Well, there's someone estimated on the video of some fraction, very small fraction of a degree, 4 thousandths of a degree or something. I can't remember what the number.
Yeah. Where are you going with this, SE Montreal? I think I know where you're going.
Well, I think he's under the misconception that when he thinks that they align the mirrors, that there's some big tugs and like a lot of degrees of movement. Is that what you think?
I've already mentioned thousands of a degree, so we know they're not big of anything. Number 2, I think you're misconstruing an alignment and a position because you mentioned 4 feet with the angle of the mirror's direction of reflected light or laser or whatever they're reflecting to the other mirror. So
now you're denying. Are you denying that there's a 4-foot drop at the other end?
No, there is a 4-foot drop at the other end.
So how do you square it then? How could it be? How could the mirror not be off by 4 feet?
No,
in your mind, how is that possible?
The 4-foot drop from the horizontal, but the actual horizontal, which is the tube, is kept near perfectly straight.
So you envision a beam.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
The number they gave in the video, and I think this came from that engineer, maybe it was the FE guy, 3/4 of an inch. You guys were talking about centimeters, this, that, and the other. He said about 3/4 of an inch, which is more than accurate enough to support that straight tube going from one end to the other. The only thing they have to do with the mirrors, because their reference from plumb is to adjust their angle to account for that angular change from plumb, not the structure, not the 4 feet. I hope I'm being deliberate and clear enough about what I'm saying here.
You are, but in a way, you're double speaking because you're saying there's a 4-foot drop from one end to the other, but somehow those mirrors are not like they're not. How can I say? They're not plumb. There's a drop, but somehow like.
No,
you understand what I'm saying? You're not making any sense there.
No, because you're not hearing me correctly. I'll say it again. The mirrors are not 4 foot off the horizontal. They are on the horizontal. They're referenced.
How could that be if there's a 4-foot drop?
4 foot drop from the curvature of the Earth.
Well, now you're changing it. You said from the original point before.
They would be if they followed the curve. There'd be a 4 foot drop if they were following the curve. They're on the. Let me say it again.
No, it's not right. It's a slope.
They are on the straight. They're on the horizontal. They're both mirrors are on the horizontal. They don't deviate at all from the horizontal. The parallelity is only, and I'll say it again, only in reference to the plumb at each end.
So we got a 4-foot drop, right?
That's the curve. If you followed the curve, it would be a 4 foot drop.
No,
I don't think you realize what you're saying.
I do realize I'm saying. Being very deliberate with it.
Anyways, I'll back off now. I got to get going. I'll be listening. I hope everybody heard this.
There will be a 4 foot drop of the curvature of the Earth based from the horizontal. We don't care about that. The structure is built straight, so there's no 4 foot drop.
It's going wobbly again.
Yeah, Zanuck, your signal's awful.
He just said there's a drop, and then he said there's not a drop.
Oh my God! Is anyone else hearing what he's saying? No, 4 foot drop would be if you lined up
Zanuck, you need to sort something out.
Yeah.
Can you get me off voice? Can you get me off?
That's not good for anybody, Zanuck. I've got this going live out to YouTube. Please don't put them through it. It's bad enough that we have to hear you normally.
And I'm not sure who else is doing modding, but it's supposed to be taken care of. Thank you.
I don't know where we're going with this as well. It's just a perpendicularity to a plane. It's pretty easy to sort out.
What I was going to say is, why don't someone go there and do this measurement?
Zanuck, please.
I have a question for you. Why don't we just go there?
We
do a
can't hear you.
Literally, you need to go and sort your mic.
Nobody wants to hear that.
Is mine better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's something with the server or just Zanuck on the road.
Can you remove that push to talk? So that might be the problem, I believe.
You to do that yourself.
Yeah, I haven't done that.
Go into your settings and change it yourself.
Go restart your Discord.
Anyway, just to keep it on track, that we are just talking about perpendiculars to a plane. If you say that LIGO, these laser beams are split at a point, and from that point the two arms go out and they're on a plane, then they just come back again. So that plane would be the X and the Y axis. And then you would have Z, which is the perpendicularity of the mirrors, bouncing the thingy back and forwards. I mean, it's pretty simple to explain.
Well, someone also mentioned they weren't on the same plane, that both of those arms were. That was yesterday, I think.
Oh yeah, I think somebody suggested in a video that we may have just watched that there was a 4 foot deviance. I mean, we've also heard somebody else say that they left it at 4 foot drop because to save on dirt work. It stopped moving that much stuff. I mean, that was blue marble. that said that. I mean, loads of ridiculous claims, but I mean, the mirrors have to be perpendicular, and if you put that on the X and Y and say it's horizontal, which is why they used coincidence bubble levels for the alignment of the arms to keep it on the same horizontal, then
That was at the origin only.
pretty simple.
That was at the origin only.
The bubble. No,
Yes.
they used the bubble level all the way along the coincidence
No, they
bubble
didn't.
level.
That they
They
did not
did.
do.
Of course they did.
So you can find that part in the video and show it to me, but that's not what they said.
It shows 2 pictures of it for the alignment of the tubes with the coincidence level.
Nope.
Yep.
Go show it.
Nuh-uh.
That would be the trick. If someone went there and went to one end of the arm and put a bubble level on this thing, it's something fairly accurate. And if it was not level, then the answer would be there. What I'm saying is correct. Now, if you go there and there's a bubble level that is perfectly level with that tube, and also level at the origin, then I'm wrong and the Earth is round. So someone should just go there and do that test. That's all I have to say about that.
The Earth is round. What if the bubble levels are level at each end of that tube?
Flat. Sorry,
saying
flat.
That you're
Flat,
wrong.
No, flat.
Then
You're right.
It's
I'm wrong.
round. I mean, how does that logic work?
Oh my God! You just keep on doing it. Listen, if the bubble levels are both level at both ends on that structure, then you're right. The Earth is flat, and everything is.
Nobody's mentioned that. We're saying that level is horizontal. That's all we've ever been saying, dude.
And I'm saying that if you go to that particular facility and measure the structure at the origin, it'll be level. Bubble level will be in the center. And if you go to one end of it, it will not be level. That's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying, and you're saying
yes. So that's the challenge. Someone needs to go there.
A slope.
Oh my God, Bev, do you not hear yourself talking over me?
It would have to be a slope because they're straight. So where do you get a curve out of that? If you're saying if the bubble level isn't level at one end, then you're generating a curve out of that. But it can't be. It just means there's a slope to that arm. Surely.
Yes.
Well,
there's a slope.
Where's the logic in that?
There's a slope, and one end is not going to be level.
You're saying okay, so
and not earthquake.
Why would it not be earthquake? It has to because the plumb line determines the. I can hear you talking over me. The plumb line determines whether it's level or not at that end, and it will not be level at the end.
Yeah, but if the bubble isn't there on the end, then it's got a slope to it because that's how they measure slope, right? Deviance from the vertical.
The run over rise. Yes, the run over rise. And they have a run over rise that equals about 4 feet. That's what they talk about in that video.
Right, rise over run.
Sorry, rise over run. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's an inverted slope.
No, that allows you to be level at only one spot. So you're saying that if it's flat, we just have a slope.
We're not saying that.
I'm in the middle of a sentence.
You're in the middle of a sentence.
No, but I'm trying to say what
you're saying. I don't want to. Something we're not saying. So I'm going to stop you, so you don't have to continue. We're not saying that.
You're interrupt me.
We're saying level is horizontal, and the arms of LIGO, if they are horizontal, then the perpendicular mirrors would be vertical. They're hung vertically. I know it's triggering, dude. I know it's really hard work for you.
Well, if you stop talking,
you're in here on your own.
No, I would like to jump in for just a half a second, please. Bev, this reminds me a lot of my logical statement.
Yeah.
Like, if vertical is perpendicular to a horizontal plane, then every vertical on that horizontal plane are parallel.
Mm-hmm. As
Thank
would
you.
the mirrors would have to be.
contest that.
Wow, here's just some
Oh,
help.
I wanted
Oh,
to.
here's Brenda. This is gonna get interesting.
I wanted to ask Zanuck a question real quick because he seems to think that like there's non-parallel verticals.
Yes,
So-
there are non-parallel
so
verticals
Let
called
me ask
the
you a
plum.
question. When they're using a precision coincidence level on the 20-foot sections
Mhm.
as their
20 meter
as their
sections. 20 meter sections.
I'm sorry, 20 meter
meter
sections.
sections.
Right.
20
On
feet or
20
it's
meter-
flat.
No. Right, 20 meter sections. So when they're using the coincidence level, a precision level, it's like a pretty expensive piece of equipment. When they're using that to align these things, is that bubble level off or is it dead nuts?
They're not using it to align those things.
They
No.
certainly are. Yeah,
No, they don't,
they
because
actually
the last-
even say it. They even
the last
actually
segment-
say it. Hold on a second. They say it in all of their documentation if you bother to read it. Not only did I mention it in the video, but I also know for a fact that they do talk about it in their documentation. So you're going to sit here and argue with me with something that you have no fucking idea, you have not even bothered to look into, but you're going to argue with me about it.
That's Zanuck. Told you to expect.
Yeah.
At one end of the structure, the basic structure, the tube, will not be level at the end, where it is level at the center.
What about the
That's
20
what
meter
it's-
sections that they use the
they're
coincidence
using
level
if they're
to-
using
to
this
align?
if they're using this bubble level, expensive, very accurate piece of equipment along the way, they're also incorporating that deviation along the way. So
They're
in other words,
incorporating
they're
the
not-
deviation along the way.
Yeah, they're saying it should be
would
the
the
off of
deviation-
level.
What would be the vertical deviation over 20 meters that they would be able to
Well,
use
we
a bubble
know-
level?
We know
that
that
they would be able to use. Hold on, that they would be able to use a bubble level to distinguish.
Well, they
What-
could
what
be.
would be the-
I think I remember hearing him on. I think I remember hearing him on that video saying that was good enough for a while, and then every so often, I don't know what the distance was, they'd have that structure that was able to lift and lower the tubes to get it to be straight. Remember that part of the video? So
Yeah, I
that
do
probably
remember that
might
part
could
of
have
the
happened.
video.
I'll give you that. Maybe they are doing it level, and at the end they rectify that inaccuracy by lifting it up with the structure that has both sides lifting the tube up some distance to make sure
What
that it's
inaccuracy are you
straight.
talking about? I mean, you're sitting here telling me
At
that
a
they
quarter.
have to
At,
be
so
for 20 meters.
Can I say
answer
something?
the question first.
I
Answer
am.
the question first.
At
For
400
20
meters,
what is the measurement? What is the angular measurement at 20 meters that coincidence bubble level has to be off from perfect? What's the measurement?
I'm saying they probably could have used it because they rectify it after a period. Let's say they do it every 1400 after 1200 meters.
You don't want to answer my question, or do you not
Hold on,
hear
let me
my
just
question?
let me
Did you
finish
not
my
hear
sentence.
question? Because you're not
Don't
answering
do
my
that.
question.
Let me just finish. If they're off by 14 arc seconds, then they can just lift that thing up 14 seconds every quarter mile. It's not a big deal. You get it? Every quarter mile they would do it we'd do it level like you said, and then every quarter mile they would lift it up 16 arc seconds.
What is the measurement on that coincidence bubble level
If they wanted to use the, if they wanted to use, I heard you the first time.
That they have to account for
I heard you the first time.
each 20 meters.
I heard you the fourth time. What they
So
what I'm
answer
saying
the
is they
question.
could use,
What's the measurement?
They would, if they were going to rectify it, it'd be 16 arc seconds divided by.
Come on, Zanuck. I know that you could just input your little GUI model or your
I'm giving the
reference
answer.
model.
Point.
Right. You can do the calculation.
Point
right?
zero.
You
Okay.
can do the calculation. Right. I'm asking you what the measurement was on the
Point
actual
2 arc
level.
seconds.
Not
Point
what
2
you
arc
can
seconds.
calculate after
Point
the
2 arc
fact.
second.
Not what you can calculate after
Point
the fact.
2 arc. They don't do it that way. I'm giving you
the fact.
I'm giving you.
Are you
I'm
not
giving
fucking
you.
hearing me?
Oh,
Not
wow.
what you can calculate after the
You
fact.
keep on saying that. Let me respond.
I'm not asking you for a calculation after the fact.
Let me
I'm asking
respond.
you what they actually did set that thing to.
I'm telling you. Would you let me respond?
Yeah,
Yes,
go ahead.
they do it like
Give
you
me the
said.
documentation. Post the documentation.
Can you not talk
in the
over me?
live
Can I
chat.
just have it? Can I just have a sentence to answer you?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just shut up for a second.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. They probably just used the bubble level to align it. And every quarter mile, they move it 16 arc seconds upward.
Every quarter mile, they moved it 16. So wait a minute. So they're using this bubble level, this coincidence bubble level, to measure a horizontal line between 2 points.
Correct.
Vertically.
Right.
And you're saying that those verticals are not parallel.
Those verticals technically are not. Those verticals are not parallel.
Which horizontal reference are they using? Are they using the one at the bubble level or at the target?
The bubble level. They can't use a target.
How much difference would it be? I'm sorry, what? They can't use a target?
They can't use a target. It could be too difficult to align these things using a target 3 miles away or 2 miles away.
They're not using it for 3 miles away, 2 miles away, whatever.
That's where the end is.
20
That's where they want the thing to be straight. They want the thing to be straight 2.5 miles.
Sections, they are aligning
you can't help yourself, can you?
Vertically, they are aligning it every 20 meters.
Yes, with a bubble level.
A coincidence bubble level.
Yes, perfectly level. Right. And over 400 meters.
Why are you
Hold
saying
on.
that they probably...
Now, can I finish? Every single time I'm talking, you're talking over me.
Every quarter mile, they aligned it.
Every quarter mile, they lifted up 16 arc seconds.
Come on.
Every quarter mile, they lifted up 16 arc seconds.
Tell me what they did. Tell me what they actually did.
Yeah, you just can talk.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let you interrupt with bullshit and keep monologuing this bullshit. Tell me an answer.
I'm not monologuing anything. I'm giving you quick answers. You're muting me by talking over me.
No, Zadik, you're being ridiculous.
Says you.
Okay, was there anything else Bev and Mobius wanted to cover?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, Zanik is obviously attempting to get everyone triggered, or he's getting triggered. I don't know what's going on there with Zanik.
I'm not triggered. I was just trying to answer a question. He said he knew that these things were using the level. I agreed.
We don't need to hear too much more of it, if you don't mind. But I mean,
yeah,
I'd like to try and keep it calm. The chat's going in the YouTube. It's getting a bit much, Zanik. You know, I think everybody's hearing it. It's just basic stuff Mobius is trying to get to, and everyone can hear that there's obfuscation going on. And
what obfuscation? There's no obfuscation.
Brenda, I don't know. Just we finish it off with Zanik. I don't know whether Mobius wants to try and wrap it up, but I mean, it was going nowhere with Zanik, as far as I know.
No, it's fine. I mean, it's the epitome of what I tried to highlight in the video. The whole, like, the way the model is being relied on to support the model. It's asinine. It makes no sense at all. Circular reasoning.
That's right. And Brenda, if you want to jump in and be a part of the conversation, you should have watched the video first. Otherwise, you should just stay on mute.
And to be fair, Brenda, I mean, it's a 20-minute video. You're more than welcome to watch it and come back with any criticisms you want. You can comment, whatever. My comments are open. And that goes for anybody.
Yeah, good video. Brenda, is there something you wanted to say about the actual LIGO thing? Or was it some other grievance that you had? Oh, somebody's muted.
Are people muted?
Zanik's not, but Brenda is until you're finished doing what you were doing.
Well, I think had you finished?
Me? Yeah, I guess. I mean, there's a lot to unwrap with that whole.
Is there anybody close by this place? It's in Washington State?
There's one in Washington and one in Louisiana, and there's people that live near the Louisiana one.
Why don't we have Rakia go to this place and just go inside and put a level on the structure and see if it's level? If it's level, then you guys will be right. I mean, that's the answer, right? That'd be the answer to your question. all this theorizing and quoting and all this.
Listen to
All
what
you got to
you
do is
just
go.
said.
God, why
Listen to
every
what you
time I
just
talk,
said.
you got to talk over me? I was being very
Because you
calm.
keep
Just trying to
talking.
I'm just trying to add a sentence, and you got to just talk over me. Seriously,
I know.
Mobius, please.
You're always adding a sentence.
Yeah.
No. I was quiet, and I added one small sentence. Just go there. Let's
Xanax.
go to it.
Xanax, love. You're constantly talking over people. You have a very loud voice. Mobius is chill. Like, take it down a notch. Let him speak. You
Mobius
speak.
isn't
It's not that
chill.
hard.
Talking over Xanax.
Ellen. Brenda.
He's
Just
talking.
please. No, he wasn't. Let's just take it down a notch. Everyone calm down. And you're bringing it up a notch. I'm asking everyone to take it down a level.
I'm very calm. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Xanax. I
no
appreciate
problem.
that. Thank you.
I was only trying to say one thing. He started talking over me, and I got a little excited. I'll try to calm down.
Hey, what do you want to say, Zanuck? Just spit it out
Bev,
real
we
quick.
finished?
What I want to
Bev,
say is we should
hang
go
on,
there.
hang on. Bev, have we finished then? We're not hosting anymore. We're not doing anything.
As far as I was aware, we were still hosting this thing. So I thought we were in control of what was going on here, but it appears...
It appears not. So, well, at least Mobius got to do his video. So, thanks for doing that, Mobius.
So,
that was really cool.
Are you finished, Mobius, or do you want
Is there
to
anything
carry
else you
on
want to say?
with this question?
Specifically for this thing, no, I pretty much said everything I need to say. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty of questions that come up and criticisms and stuff, and I'm totally down to address whatever concerns people have.
Well, did you
Okay,
want
well,
to
Thanks,
take
Mobius.
did you want to take the geometric argument on any further for us to continue, or what? You know.
Well, I mean, I think that there's going to be a lot of criticism, but I don't know that, I don't want to sit here and talk to Xanac all night about it, because he's going to say things like, why don't you just put a level on it, when he's going to say that a level is only horizontal at the point in the middle of that level. Well, of course it's going to be a level.
That's not what I said.
You did say put a level on it.
I said put the
But
level
whatever.
on the end, and that measurement of that level of the structure will not be.
So,
Mobius, carry on.
in other words, yeah, I'm done with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
How can I add that there are other videos where Xanac says all sorts of weird things about what happens when you put a level on this straight structure. And he has balls rolling up and down, and it is LIGO that he keeps talking about. So
Yeah, and well, I guess if I'm gonna add anything to that, like you pretty much pointed it out, Bev, but if people are going to critique anything that I've said about LIGO, I suggest that they do some actual research into, LIGO documents, not the PR stuff, not the woo that you can get in sixth grade science classes and stuff like that, but the actual information from the scientists who give data on the alignment and because there's a lot of different fields all working together as a team, I guess, at that facility. So there's a lot of different stuff to look into. I would suggest that people look into that stuff before they come at me with shit that they have no idea about. That's all.
cool.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to unmute everybody that's muted and step away from mods. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to stay live on YouTube for a bit, but I mean, it depends how it goes.
And don't you get me muted, then start saying I said things I didn't say.
Still
I never
hosting
said
them.
I've been to LIGO.
I'm still
Stop saying that.
hosting.
Stop lying about me, okay?
I'm still hosting, Xanac.
I know, but don't lie
So
about
if you
me.
don't want to be muted again,
I'm asking a simple favor. Don't lie about me, okay?
the videos are out there. People.
Yeah, the
can
videos
watch
do
it
not
for
say I was there.
themselves.
It said, I quote, I was there. I was thinking Slack. I was not saying LIGO. Find me saying I was there at LIGO, and then you might have something. You won't find that quote anywhere.
Maybe you misspoke, Zanuck, but
No, I didn't misspeak. I didn't hear him say
How
How
LIGO.
many times do we have to hear about Zanuck at LIGO? Sick of listening to Zanuck at LIGO.
Well, as
You have
often
him stop talking about it. Simple solution. Have them stop talking about it.
They keep setting the trap for you, Zanuck, and you keep stepping right in it. Just don't let them get you with it, then. Fuck's sake.
I'm not going to let him lie about me, all right?
he could stop lying. That he could try that.
yeah, even Brenda's telling you.
No, I was talking about Bev.
What's he lying about?
Ask Zanuck.
You're the one that said stop lying. What is he?
Yeah,
Come on.
lying about Zanuck.
Well, what's he lying about? Like, what lie did he say? No
He's
specifics.
saying you're lying, not me. Come on, wake up.
There's a video there. That's a clip of what you said the other week.
And did I say I was there? I was there. I saw the test. I didn't say I was at LIGO. I said I was there. I didn't hear him say LIGO.
Everyone can listen to it for themselves.
Go ahead, listen to it. I said there. I didn't say LIGO. If you can hear me saying I said LIGO, God bless you. You win the bet.
Sounds like is it Jeremy saying, "Were you there at LIGO?"
Yes, and I didn't hear him say LIGO. I was talking about Slack the entire time. I was referring to Slack. Just because he said LIGO doesn't mean I heard it.
So you've got to watch out what you're saying to Zanuck.
No, people have to.
Like Zanuck.
No.
It doesn't half
They were
sound
talking,
like you say.
It started with SE saying
yes,
I was at LIGO. I told him I've never said I was at LIGO ever, and he kept on bringing up LIGO. I said, "Why are you talking about LIGO? I've never been there." All my conversations.
I don't want to
data,
hear any more conversations about this, Zanuck. Please, can we just stop it?
Yeah,
Then why
just
are you
stop
posting
talking
the
about
video?
going to LIGO. Just stop, Brett. Yeah, you're killing me. Let's move on.
He's feeding the flame by posting video of me allegedly saying I was at LIGO, and I haven't been. And I never said that.
Does it not say that? Is that not what it says? Right?
No, it says I was there. I didn't hear him say I didn't hear him say LIGO.
Oh, just
it said I was there.
To it. Please listen to it.
I didn't hear
right
what
at the
he
beginning
said.
of it.
I already heard it. Why don't you go back another minute in that video? Why don't you record another minute and then post that? I'd be okay with that.
You go back and find it.
The video is not there. Remember, it's number 36, and it wasn't posted on that website. Is it there now? Or 39?
That video is the video that I clipped the little bit from. It's
Where
in the fucking video.
Which video? 39, 37? I couldn't find it. I looked.
It says 36, doesn't it? Like, I don't know. I can't really see it, but you can look at it.
I can't see
on the
it.
clip.
Near light speed on and on.
So is Zanuck done?
I hope so.
Can we move on?
Yeah. I hope I don't have to go back and make me get another video of him saying it because he said it. Like,
no, I didn't hear him say LIGO, or if I did hear him say it, I thought to myself he was talking about Slack, so I went with it. That's all. It's not a big
that's
deal.
What you'll say, and next time.
Oh, I said that I was there. I saw the test.
You said you were at LIGO. Oh no,
I didn't say LIGO. He said you were at LIGO. I said I was there.
Just go back and watch the last 4
I
hours
watched
of the
it.
Conversation. You'll
What
see
if you took it out of context? That's not my problem.
Often misunderstand Slack for LIGO. It's a regular thing that I do. I get everything all mixed up all the time.
Well, there you go. Then there's so why post it and throw gas on the fuel in a fire?
Yeah.
You know, so you just said it yourself.
It's really bad when you're arguing with somebody that doesn't understand what the words mean and get them all mixed up in their own head.
You've never
blame you for
responded?
thinking that they said something. But I didn't think that. I may have said
if
it, but I
someone's
didn't
going
actually
back,
think that.
if you were
I didn't
talking about
understand what I was saying when
a
I
big
said
city, and it was L.A., Los Angeles, back and forth, and someone said you live in New York, and you said, yeah, I live in New York. I live there. You were thinking L.A.
Wow.
He said New York.
This is,
People confuse things when they get excited, and yes, these conversations get a little bit heated, and so that's what I probably did. I have no intent. See, a lie has an intent to deceive. I had no intention to deceiving anybody. I've never been to LIGO. All my data to this point for years has been about Slack. You know this to be true. All the videos, all the freaking GIFs, all the freaking pictures, all about Slack. Never about LIGO. So why would I say I was at LIGO? I didn't. I made a mistake. I didn't hear him.
How long
that was my
is
mistake.
Slack? How long?
Pardon me?
How long? What's the size?
How long ago?
What
it's
size
2 miles long.
is
2 miles long? 2 miles long.
Nice. And when the balls roll to the middle, what do they mean? Like to the middle. You put a ball on one end or either end, and it rolls to the middle. Is that working? What's going on? Don't know what's going on here.
Don't know, did we lose sound?
What's going on? Did I get kicked out of Discord then?
I know, I lost it too. I lost the sound too. Just came back.
Everything
Even
went
Funk.
silent.
Discord. For me.
I
Must-
don't know.
My
I thought
Discord
everybody just went quiet.
moved weird, so I must have had a Discord.
I think a few people got kicked out. Oops.
We got that insidious argument about something so lame. Just move on and put it behind us.
Well, even Funk confirmed. You know, it's like you may have meant something else, but you did say LIGO. But
I didn't say LIGO. You keep on saying that. I did not say
But
LIGO
you
at
did.
all. I did not say LIGO.
Okay.
I'll play the video right now. Want to hear it? I do not say. I said I was there. I was thinking Slack because all my data is about Slack. He said LIGO. So don't say it like everyone else is saying that I said LIGO, and I didn't.
Well, maybe you shouldn't try to talk. as
Maybe
fast
let
as
it
you
go.
talk.
Move on. It's not a big
You know,
deal. Just move on.
Maybe you misspeak a lot because
No,
your
I don't
mouth moves
misspeak a lot.
faster.
I do not misspeak a lot. I say what I mean, and I say it with words. What I was responding to, I might be confused because he's firing, I'm firing back, and that can get lost in the conversation because people do not let people speak. And I've been guilty of that too as well, I will admit. But in the end, what I was speaking about, by my track record and what I have brought to the table, is all about Slack.
Monologue about yourself for a bit. That's what we all came here for.
Yeah, somebody jumped in again. Said, I heard you said LIGO. I didn't say LIGO.
Jeremy says, were you at LIGO? And you said, yes, I was there.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. And I said, yes, I was thinking, he said Slack. I was responding to it as if he said Slack. And I made a mistake in responding to his use of the word LIGO and location LIGO. I have not been there. So a lie is an intent to deceive. I did not lie because I did not intend to deceive anybody. I misheard him or I responded to something that I thought he said. End it. Let's move on, man. It's not a big deal. This is pedantic at best.
Yeah, Tom. We've got Thomas in the YouTube chat. Says he saw the video talk about LIGO, the rolling balls to the center of the horizontal structure. He said the word LIGO must have been said about 50 times at least.
Not me. Not by me.
Yeah.
I never said the word LIGO unless I was referring to it being the gravitational wave detector. All my information, as it's been proven over years, has been about Slack. Pictures, etc. Dimensions, all about Slack.
Mm-hmm. Right, well, so that means if we ever find anything that you say you were at LIGO, that would mean you were...
Misspeaking? If you ever did find something, I wouldn't have my life on it.
You said that
you know, people say things...
Yeah. That's not what I'd say. But hey, I think it's about time we move past talking with liars, whether we're not talking with liars.
Intent to deceive, Bev. If I misspeak, that's not an intent to deceive. That's just misspeaking. What would I have to gain by saying I was at LIGO? All the tests I went into the description of the test, which they don't do at LIGO. That should be proof that I wasn't talking about LIGO.
What would somebody who makes stuff up have to do in a debate scenario?
No. I was.
You always completely honest with everything that you do and all of these things that you do.
Yes, I am.
Did I hear that you were a pilot?
Yes.
Wow.
Been flying since I was 5 years old. What's the big deal?
5.
Whoa, really?
That's
Yes.
cool.
You know this is being recorded on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just so in case, like, a year from now, you're like, I never said that.
Yeah, you just did misspeaking.
I've
You
been
could be
flying since 5 years
misspeaking.
old,
You
yeah.
never know.
I have a picture of myself flying a Cessna 170.
Not
with,
flying it, piloting.
Flying it. I have the yoke in my hand and I'm flying. I can't reach the pedals, obviously, but I'm sitting on my knees and I'm flying the plane.
You know, Bev said
That doesn't
pilot,
mean that you're
right?
piloting, dude. You know that
Doesn't mean you're a pilot at age. I wasn't a licensed pilot at age 5.
Yeah,
but I was flying the plane.
You're
Oh, Zanuck, just to make it clear, Bev said pilot. You know that, right?
What about it?
I mean, you might.
Well,
as
I don't want you to
be
get the
hanging onto a
words
door
mixed
handle.
up later.
Yeah, pilot. I was flying.
Pilot.
I was piloting the plane. Means you're flying the plane.
Okay.
Flew for like 30 minutes.
Wow.
And we flew all over the country in that thing. And as I got older, when I could reach the pedals, then I flew it by myself, and landed. But that was when I was very young. So what? Then I race cars, and I put a picture of myself with an award on the chat here before. I've been honest about everything I've done.
Curator of aviation museum.
Not curator. I was a docent.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
My son worked in the drone area as a technician there to help kids learn how to fly drones and fix drones and things. Whole family was there.
It's amazing all of this time you have now for Discord.
Well, I don't do those things anymore. Now the race car's in the garage, and I don't fly anymore. And I'm working about the kids now. I go to football games and play guitar. I do all these other things. It's a life, man. You live life to the fullest, man. Do everything. You go on ski trips, you travel.
You're one of the foremost mentioned globe experts, right?
I don't know if you call
on
knowing
the scale of globe experts. You're up there, right?
I would say that level of expertise would only be high school physics. That's all you need to know to be an expert in globe physics.
Ooh.
And geometry. So there's nothing else needed. And do I have a lot of knowledge about high school physics? Yeah, I've taught it before, and it's near and dear to my heart. So it's not a difficult subject for me.
So where would you put yourself on the globe X? Because I've been working this thing. I don't ever think anyone's ever taught anything about the globe model. I think that you learn all of that from Discord servers when you're a grown man.
Oh, there's a lot of things that we learned here. No, I've learned more going back and forth with you guys.
To each other in Discord servers. Do you have any?
What's that?
Fairy tale stories.
I don't have fairy tale stories. My life is not a fairy tale. It's a dream life. I'm very thankful. I'm very blessed.
Mm-hmm.
I come here because it is fun. It's fun to spar back and forth and talk about physics. Because you guys put up pretty good arguments, and it makes us have to go back to the drawing board and be very deliberate and accurate about what respond with. And that's a challenge because you've seen it yourself. You've got after physicists, asked them questions, and they've gotten caught with their pants down.
I've never talked to any astrophysicists.
Not you.
I've heard you say that they don't know much about the globe, and you know more.
Well, yeah, I've heard one astrophysicist, a gal that was interviewed by one of the flat earthers, got really caught up in her verbiage about why certain gases do what they do in the atmosphere. And she says, oh, well, it's got buoyancy. And so there's buoyancy. It's like, what?
You're going up.
Why birds fly? Because they're buoyant.
Going up in the air again. It's great, that.
And so a lot of people, well, that's not her
Rakia
expertise.
said that today. I'm going to call that one a Rakia. Like
what's that?
Take flight.
Yeah. So it just tells you that people that have great expertise in certain areas of physics are not that good in other areas of physics that maybe even are much more simple.
Where would you put yourself in the?
Oh, I'm a jack of all trade, master of none.
Okay. So what? So where would you have like
Area?
an average 5 on everything?
Oh, mine's much more in the mechanical side of things. Although I have electromechanical expertise, most of it's in mechanical physics, mechanical engineering.
Is that globe physics, mechanical engineering?
No, but the same laws apply on a micro scale that they do on a macro scale, so it's not a big deal.
Mechanics
still
is,
trigonometry,
Euclid, isn't it?
Newton's laws,
Yeah,
Euclid, these kind of things. Gas laws, all those things are mechanical engineering. Fluid dynamics,
hydrostatic
structural
laws.
engineering, aerodynamics, all that is on the physical side. I was an aeronautical, so.
Yeah, we know about the laws and stuff like that. It's great. It's nice we have these sort of chats, Anik. Piloting at 5 seemed to calm you down once you got that out of your system. So where were we? Because I think we got all mixed up with thinking that you'd said that you were at LIGO. The rolling balls, that's where we were. So when you put the balls on the end and they roll to the middle, is slack a straight?
Yes, slack is straight. Straightest object in the universe.
Straighter than LIGO?
Sounds like if there is a 3/4 inch deviation from end to end, we have a 20,000th of an inch deviation from end to end. So if that is the case, then it's straighter. You're talking over me. You're talking over me.
Yeah. There's no deviation though within the laser, is there? So which is the straightest straight? Because that's why I thought you were talking about LIGO, really, because LIGO's got to be straighter because it's a laser that bounces backwards and forwards.
And it's also longer, right?
Well, it's got that parallel as well. So it's got to be straight on a plane.
And I don't understand, do the balls roll or are they pulled to the center?
They're pulled to the center.
Why you keep saying they roll to the center?
Because that's the motion that they take. It's called a roll. A roll is a specific type of motion.
No, this is what Mobius was talking about, though. It's a little deceptive, right?
No, it's not deceptive at all.
Yeah.
Well, shouldn't you add why they roll?
You're not understanding what the actual word roll means.
Yeah, you're saying that you're telling the public, whoever's listening, that these balls roll down the straightest thing in the universe because of a force called gravity that's pulling them to the center of a vector.
Yep, exactly right.
Yeah, but you don't add that. See, I added that, to be honest, of what you're saying. You never add that. You just say balls roll to the center.
No, I've made it very clear that the plumb lines are angled inward.
Angled inward where? At the top or the bottom?
That's slack. That's slack.
I've done this the other day with my levels. I've got 3 little levels. See, the one in the middle is level, and the other ones on the other side are sloping downwards, which is where the ball would have to roll.
So geodetically, that's what it looks like, but in the actuality, it's straight as an arrow, and at the ends, because the plumb lines are angled inward, the levels would be angled in.
So it looks like that on the levels, but the levels
no, metaphorically, not physically.
Xanax, that's 2 in a row. You cut him off right in the middle, man.
Because he can't answer the question, right? Look at it. the levels are higher on the outside. Now that's what Zanuck claims would be expected on a straight. George does the same thing as well. It's a model dictates situation. It's a straight line, but the bubble moves to the outside of that straight line. I don't understand. That would be the straight line horizontal. And then perpendiculars to that would be pointing the wrong way. It just doesn't compute at all. I can't get it to work in my head.
I can't get it to work when somebody says that if you put the level on top of the tube, at the end the bubble will go out.
Although the tube is horizontal.
Yeah.
Well, they use the level to set the tubes.
And say it's horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it literally doesn't make any sense. Like, it's my model dictates. And there's no way that they can answer. They send people like Zanuck in. Zanuck's not an expert on any of this. He might be an expert in, well, semi-expert in obfuscation. Double talk, misspeak. Misspeak, that's a good one. Perhaps you misheard me. It's another good one. You could try that one, Zanuck. Perhaps it wasn't me that misspoke. Perhaps it was just you that misheard what I said. Or what I was actually thinking when I thought I said it. I don't know. It's that simple, this stuff. I don't know, like, what sort of mind trickery people have to believe. If the bubbles are on the outside, it means there's a curve upwards. But you want to flatten that curve upwards, but still have the bubbles. It's like, that's a really bad misunderstanding of what the tool is and how it works.
Yeah, it's weird how the topic gets changed, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was
Smoke and mirrors.
try and take flight. Thanks, Ricky. I really like that one. It should be timed on the Rakia scale on how long you can start a conversation and they take flight in it. Like, divert the conversation.
To the skies!
It's like a safe place. Sorry if I was over talking you there, Zanuck. But anytime you want to come back and you can let us know why you think the bubble would move on a straight. Because that, like, I'm come from a working background, and being a joiner, we didn't need big levels. They're for the brickies, the big long ones, plaster borders and all of that. Well, you just have a little one because the straight wood that you have becomes the straight edge that you can put the level on. You can extend a level by putting it on a straight, finding a big long straight thing, and you can put your level on that, and then it makes the entire thing into a level, because level's straight. Everyone knows that. So why would the bubble move if you were to move your level along a straight? It doesn't make any sense. Simple logic.
That's why you couldn't tell me what the bubble level would be off by.
Because you get some good ones. Have you ever seen the precision bubble levels? The proper machinist ones, like, they're pretty accurate. And it just requires a straight.
Yeah, it's weird that they they check the levelness on against the horizontal when they're checking accuracies.
That was my only critique, is when you showed that picture. I wish you would have zoomed into it and had that circled. The image with the unit sitting on top of the beam tube when they align it, the coincidence level.
Yeah.
That was my only. I saw you posted on there on the video. I was like, zoom into it.
Needs to have a big circle around that.
Yeah.
I know you did zoom in on it, but yeah, that's a vital part of this, because like Zanik
just wrecks
says,
everything. Yeah.
The bubble's meant to move.
Yet they used it to align them.
Yeah. And it's the most accurate level you can get. Well, I'd say second only to a water level, but they're not allowed to say that, are they? We know. That's code 33. Shh. Leave that. But the accuracies you can get the coincidence bubble level to, with a micrometer fitted onto a thing within a 20-30 meters type range, because that's
probably why
it's the range you're at.
Yeah, that's probably why they did it every 20 meters.
Yeah,
and not the whole length of the thing.
Yeah, because when you go into the first order measurements, then you've got like the ultra first order, which would be probably like the most accurate, and that is 20 to 30 meters.
Yeah,
maximum.
The pre-corrected.
Yeah,
that's before you correct for the model that you're trying to match. Yeah.
Yeah, actual measured. Have we got anybody? Zanik has gone quiet. Guess it's a bit much. Nobody got any more about LIGO.
I'm surprised I'm surprised these people don't want to actually, they don't want to talk about the actual argument or the geometry of it. You would think that, if they're standing on firm, grounded principles, that they would be able to shut anybody down. But nobody's speaking up about that. They're just, oh, you said that I said this and blah, blah, blah. Bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. It's not
Pardon
much to counter an actual geometric argument with geometric proofs. Obviously get implemented in reality. I was posting it earlier that, Euclidean geometry, this is straight lines being actually straight and the x and y axis and perpendicularity all proven within this system.
General relativity is non-Euclidean. Yeah.
Sorry, where's general relativity used in LIGO?
You're dealing
in
with
the
gravity.
Construction of LIGO.
Yeah, you're dealing with gravity.
What, for the straight laser?
Hey, Brenda, you know what? I'm glad you're cutting in here because I wanted to ask, does gravity bend that laser over 4 kilometers? It's in a vacuum too. I don't know. Have you looked into LIGO, any of the optics or the laser or anything like that? Like what it does?
Do you know what it takes to bend light? How much gravity you
No,
need?
I don't. Go ahead and tell me.
Well, think about objects they've seen behind the sun, which has got a pretty pretty great.
Wait.
A lot greater
How
math.
Oh
big
than
my
are we talking
god.
about?
You're talking
How
over
big
me.
are we
So
talking?
okay, so I'm not going to talk to you. You can talk.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna just jump in with some bullshit, then it's gonna get shut down. Sorry.
It's not bullshit. We only shown that gravity bends light on very, very massive scales.
You
Yeah,
were
look how
there?
massive. Yeah,
Were you
he was
there?
there.
I was
So,
He said.
there.
He said we.
Yeah,
Mobius,
I've seen
We've
actual
shown
stars
bending
behind the
light.
sun that actually or should not be seen when they have certain filters over the sun. Seeing stars that should not be seen behind the sun.
So, what kind of force would that take to bend light?
It's not a force.
it takes the
No one
bending.
ever says gravity was a force.
So Mobius, when you ask why people don't engage with the argument, this would be why.
What do you mean when they interject with, well, the distance to the sun and the stars and the mass of the sun, that kind of stuff? I'm talking about here on
the
Earth.
actual
Like,
things
what?
that are
Give
fundamentally
me an answer that I can,
Yeah, that's not what I
digest.
meant. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
What did you mean?
Yeah, the reason globers don't interact or do so much is because of the interruptions and the muting and the shutting down of the conversation.
Yeah. Did I just interrupt you?
You constantly interrupted Zanuck, 20 minutes ago. Yes.
20 minutes ago. Okay.
Yeah, when you were disputing. Yeah.
Do you think that Zanuck didn't have a fair opportunity to speak?
No, I don't think he did. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And that's so. I mean, I hear this from flat earthers on different channels
What do you mean
complaining.
flat earthers? Can I just correct you right there? What do you mean flat earthers? Are you talking about a certain group of people, and are you lumping me into that group?
Oh, what shape is the Earth, Mobius?
Does everybody who interrupts somebody, are they labeled a flat earther in your mind, or how are you
Flat earther, Mobius? Are you a flat
how
earther?
are you distinguishing this term?
Yeah, see, this would be why. This would be
And
another.
this is where you want to drag the conversation to. You want to just throw in that comment. You want to throw in that term. You don't want it to be addressed. And then when it is addressed, you want to just like throw the whole conversation away, right? I was trying to have a decent conversation with you. I gave you plenty of time to talk. I wanted to cut you off when you made an erroneous statement. I wanted to question you for clarification. You didn't want to do that. You wanted to just throw away the whole conversation.
Yeah, that's
and
not.
I can see that it would be a reason why not to engage.
Right. So I think that flat earthers are people who generally profess to be the Earth to be flat.
If you're into labeling people, then Brenda, then you carry on.
But he has a role which says Earth is horizontal. So
there's plenty of
I
roles.
wouldn't
There's
want
all
to
kinds of-
roll Earth is horizontal if I didn't think Earth is horizontal.
Okay, well,
It's weird because you got to
whatever.
pick all your roles, so that's cool.
Yeah, but I wouldn't pick that.
You know what? I could pick Earth as a globe and really just mess with you guys, but
Yeah, but do you
Yeah.
think the Earth is flat?
no, it's measurably not flat.
What is the
You
shape
think
of the
it's sphere?
What?
You think it's a
Why
sphere?
would I think that it's a sphere?
What shape is it then?
Earth has many shapes.
What is the general shape?
Three-dimensional. I don't know. I live in a three-dimensional world.
No, what is the general shape like holding like a rock which is kind of lumpy? It's still spherical, right? You know what I mean.
Lump. Okay, well.
Okay,
yeah, you hold
I'm
a
not
rock.
into this bullshit, Mobius. You know
You
what I
hold
mean.
a rock.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is perfect example.
You're trying to play pedantics.
You're just being very
You're trying to play
unfaithful.
pedantics.
In bad
You're
faith
trying
there
to play
right now, Mobius.
pedantics. I get it.
No,
I get
you're
it.
being pedantic.
It's very clever.
No.
Double teaming pedantics.
Okay, so I think I'm going to
I
just
noticed the way you did that there with Funk. Was that practiced? The way you and Brenda played off each other.
No.
Bounced.
You can. I haven't talked with Brenda for like fucking several months.
Well,
I
it
think.
was Brenda that was talking to Mobius, so it's really weird that you ended up talking to Mobius, isn't it?
Why?
It's like it was almost a practiced event that you
Okay.
did.
Practice at the home office in the CIA. Yeah.
Yeah. She lives next door.
So anyway, you were saying something about straight lines, bending light. Somebody was mentioning something like that.
That was
or,
that.
Or do you want to just talk about calling people
That was
labels?
So generally, I hear people who habitate in flat Earth servers and discuss those issues complain that Globers won't come into their rooms and debate them. Right? And this is why. This last 5 minutes is why.
Brenda, have you heard anyone in this server? Sorry, Gio.
Well, I was just going to say a quick thing, Brenda. This is not a quote-unquote flat Earth server. I built this entire server, and there's not the word flat or Earth are not in it anywhere. So that's not a flat Earth server by definition.
So how do you conceive of it? What would you say it is?
Why does it always?
This is our live hosted thing going over LIGO, right? So this has got nothing to do with it, really.
No, I agree, and I'll step back. Just the only thing I was going to say is just if you go to the Welcome Start Here page up at the top of the server, you can read the full description of the server. But yeah, go ahead, guys.
Well, one thing I would say is we're talking about one subject, but then it goes to what's your imagination of what the whole of something is? When I have no capability of seeing the whole of something. I'm standing here in reality. I'm an average guy, and all I can see is the reality around me. But hey, what do you imagine the whole to be?
Well, it's not what we imagine it to be. It's what we can know it to be.
Knowing something implies experience.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, by definition. Skills acquired, experience.
No, in this context, I mean, I have a belief for which I can give evidence.
Knowing something is not belief.
No, all propositional content is belief.
You can believe whatever you want.
Lines here, though, right?
Yeah.
Let's keep this sticking to the LIGO argument that Mobius has given us by the video earlier.
Yeah, we have a fundamental disagreement here. For me, all thoughts that I have in my mind, most the thoughts that I believe to be true, those are ideas. They're concepts, right? I believe things to be true. Some of those beliefs are in fact actually true. Some of them I could be mistaken about. The ones that are actually true are what we call knowledge. So knowledge is a belief that is true.
Okay. Well, sticking to the straight lines, they split a beam into straight lines at a 90-degree angle. And then there are perpendicles hanging, pendula, that are parallel to each other down along those tubes. They have to be geometrically.
Yeah, I mean, the precision of that place is what they say it is like freaking astounding. But
talking about LIGO, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah, the straights, the actual straights, not like belief straights or whatever. I mean, that's what we're talking about. It's like the straight lines and the geometric principles that we know to be true through Euclid. I mean, they are straight lines. I mean, you can't start bending those straight lines, can you? Do you hold that to be a belief that you could do that?
That you could do what?
Bend straight lines whilst keeping them straight.
Yeah, in non-Euclidean space, yes.
What? Isn't it the what is that? Stolen concept?
Yeah. Where is this non-Euclidean space you speak of?
It's a geometry that was invented, sometime back in the 19th or 18th century.
A geometry that was invented?
Yes.
Wow. That's
okay.
Really good that you say that, Brenda, because
I would agree with that 100%.
Well, it's just like Euclidean geometry was a geometry invented by you.
No. Principles that are applicable practically in reality are not invented. They're just discovered.
They're there.
Invent. I don't mean to be pedantic, but the word invent does have some. I don't know. There's something to be said about that word, right? It's something of the mind that's happening. I'm sure there's a lot of language and English professors that are on here that can attest to, where the word invent comes from.
It means that human beings created a system, a formal system called geometry in this case, and there are at least 3 of them. Euclidean, non-Euclidean, and parabolic.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about the word create also? I mean, because invent, part of the definition, I mean, like I said, I don't want to play the definition game, but
this is what
part of the definition of invent is create or design. Yeah, make up, it says.
Yeah. There's nothing
especially so as to deceive someone. That's the second. It's weird that says that.
It's not to deceive.
No, I'm just reading the definition right here. It says make up an idea, name, story, etc., especially so as to deceive someone.
Yeah,
that's what it says right here. I don't know.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know that's not what you're talking about, but I'm saying that's what the word invent says on the definition.
Oh, that's not how people usually think about things. Invent simply means create, and it's creative. It's a creativity. Humans are creative. They make things.
Yeah.
They create things.
Yeah. And
one of those things
I know I've read a lot of fiction. and I've seen a lot of artwork. I've seen a lot of buildings. I've helped build a lot of stuff.
Yeah. So one of the things that humans can create is mathematics. Mathematics is a human language that was created by people.
So you're saying that mathematics would not apply anywhere in the universe without human beings?
No, I'm not.
Because geometry would. Well, Euclidean geometry would.
No, that's wrong. Number one.
Is it?
Yes, demonstrably.
So what's wrong about it? Tell me what's wrong about Euclidean geometry. Maybe we can start there.
It makes predictions that turn out to be false.
What's false? What's a prediction that was made that's false?
That in the case of near a gravitational source, an intense gravitational source.
Where did it predict any gravitational source?
Parallel lines can meet.
Where did it predict anything about gravity? Where does Euclid talk about gravity?
I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought you said that there was a claim in Euclidean geometry that turned out to be false.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I said a prediction.
Oh, a prediction. Okay, a prediction is not a claim. Okay, I guess we are being pedantic. Okay, so a prediction.
A prediction.
All right, so a prediction. What prediction did Euclid make that includes gravity?
A prediction. No, this Euclidean geometry.
Or excludes it.
That geometry.
Did he exclude it?
Are you gonna let him talk?
We're talking about Euclid.
You can't help yourself. You just can't help yourself, can you?
Yeah, I don't think he.
You know what? You're breaking up a little bit. I can't. Yeah,
He's not
I can't
breaking
really
up,
tell
dog.
when your sentences. Yeah, it is for me.
Well, try restarting your internet because he's fine for me.
Oh, okay. Well, you're fine. You don't sound as broken up as.
Well, maybe you shut up, you might be able to actually hear
Chief
him.
Squatting Dog, if you don't mind, this is a live hosted event, and we don't need your moderation or input, please, while there's a conversation going on.
I'm curious about that, Bev. Is this something I could do?
Is what?
Yeah, I think anybody can. You'd have to ask Geo, I think, but I think
That might be interesting to me that I could host a live event.
Yeah,
you
Yeah,
can.
I think so.
Geo's offered it. Rumpus was in here and he offered it to Rumpus, so I'm sure it's open to anybody.
I'll consider that.
And also, Brenda, just so that you know, that Geo did tag you and sent you a link to the Welcome Start Here section of the server, and you could probably get all kinds of questions answered there.
Yeah,
I'd like to thank Geo for giving us the opportunity to do this. I think it's a wonderful chance.
Yeah. So back to the predictions. The prediction is, right, that one that Bev has made, that if you set up two, what would we say, two plumb lines on the Earth, that they would be parallel. That would be a prediction of Euclidean geometry. A prediction of non-Euclidean geometry is that they would not, in fact, be parallel. They would their inner degrees would not add up to 180 degrees. They would be in excess. You would measure an excess.
Quick question on that. Which non-Euclidean geometry would you be speaking of?
It would be, I think it would be spherical.
Well, you do realize that's a conceptual 2D surface, and if you want to hang plumb bobs, that's 3D.
So
yeah,
geometry is
it's a good point.
Geometry is right. So it's not a concept.
It is when it's defined as 2D conceptual surface of a whatever geometry you got.
I'm talking about the geometry that would describe the behavior of space and time in the vicinity of.
There's no time involved in geometry. Don't be silly.
There absolutely is. So
there absolutely is not in Euclidean geometry anyway, and that's what we're talking about.
Not Euclidean geometry. Yes, you're right.
So that's what we're talking about, or are you talking about some other geometry?
There are other geometries.
Yeah.
Right? In general relativity, there's what is called space-time. And in the vicinity of a strong gravitational field, right, you would have the situation where you have a plumb lines whose inner angles exceed 180 degrees.
Brenda, I have one request to that. Please don't say right after you make a claim, including me in that, because I don't agree. You use the word right, like we all agree with you, right? Please don't do that. Yeah, please don't do that.
Why?
Because I don't want to be included in any of your bullcrap when people are listening to this.
Then just
they might get the wrong idea. Yeah, they might get the wrong idea that I'm agreeing with you, right?
Sure.
Why would
So
they
don't
think
please don't do it.
It's just a verbal tick. That's all it is.
Right.
Yeah,
please
so should it be interrupted every time you have your verbal tick?
Who is that? Who is that?
Mobius.
That was me. I was just asking because Chief Squatting Dog said we'll just disagree with it. Well, so should you interrupt every time it's being said or
when
done?
he says right, just say no. If you actually don't agree with him, and then you have your back and forth there.
And then get accused of talking over somebody. Got it.
I asked nicely. I mean, she can do it if she wants or not do it. I'm just trying to tell the audience that I don't agree with it. And
I don't either.
When someone puts in the right in the middle of their sentence, it implies that we're agreeing with it. We don't.
I don't
That's
think
part of that language, that use of language and words to input certain suggested ideas.
I don't think that the audience thinks that when I just say kind of right like that, right? I'm the
audience.
I don't think that the general audience thinks that you necessarily agree.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can be saying something like, everyone should bow down to Jesus, right? And I think, that should be taught all over the world, right? And that kind of implies that if you don't interrupt me and say, no, I don't agree with that you're going along with it, right?
No, I wait.
Can I add as well, though, that the audience isn't the general audience, it's my audience. I'm live streaming to my YouTube.
Yeah.
So
can I jump in here, Bev? Because I was just in the YouTube.
Wait a minute. Yeah, this is the sort of stuff that my audience like to hear. When Rakia says that, that's what they want to hear.
Yeah, that's why I jumped back in off of YouTube, Bev, because it could also be some confusion. Brenda may not be sure of what she's saying, so she wants confirmation that what she's saying is right?
Or simply just a verbal tick, just how people say like,
right.
or like kind of like that. Like
could be. I'm just asking her to be aware, because if she says right,
take it into consideration.
Yeah, if she says right, like she's asking a question to us about her statement, and then doesn't pause and moves on, then either it's a verbal tick or a tactic, and it's very hard to discern from that. I'm just asking her to be aware that she's doing it, and I don't want to be included in it. Very simple.
Thanks,
Dave.
Do you think that I agree with you, Rakia, that we ought to praise Jesus Christ because I didn't interrupt you?
You're going on to my example I used? That's what you want to talk about now?
Nice straw man.
Jesus, man.
No, I think if you actually look past that, he's saying, yeah, you have your time after I'm done speaking to disagree with me. You don't have to disagree with me right when I say right. You can wait until I'm done with my point and then disagree with me.
Yeah.
I mean, all it requires is a little bit of self-control, not to just blurt out something in the middle of somebody's thing and then just disagree with them at the end.
Yeah, can we deal with debate etiquette next time?
Sure.
Yeah, let's move on to what the topic is tonight.
Okay, the topic is that the globe model predicts, right, that, and there, I didn't even try, I'm sorry. So the globe model predicts that plumb lines that are vertical, zenith, at different locations will not be parallel.
We know that.
Is that, hold on a second real quick, is that a prediction in spherical geometry?
It's a prediction of the globe model.
Well, because there are spheres in Euclidean geometry, and that is not a prediction in geometry that deals with the three-dimensional world.
Right, which is why I said prediction of the globe model.
Yeah, model.
Which geometry would you be using in that model?
Yeah, which geometry uses
not
straight lines that aren't straight?
A non-Euclidean geometry.
Which non-Euclidean geometry?
A hyperbolic geometry.
Yeah, I'm going to the adult.
Going the wrong way, but I mean, interesting.
I'm going to go to the adult room where I can hear adults talk.
Okay.
Right on. Yeah,
Thanks, Howard.
Wait, I'm
that was his adult exit.
I'm confused as to how that's not a prediction of Euclidean geometry, as to how you can have something like straight lines going through a circle and intersecting at the center.
That is exactly Euclidean geometry.
There are straight lines that intersect at the center of a sphere in Euclidean geometry. Okay, that's not a problem.
So when you bring up how like the plumb lines, just making like a straight line in our model, at least to the center of Earth, right?
In our model, what do you mean our model?
Yeah.
Ballers.
Okay.
So like in your imagined model.
The globe model that Brenda was just
real
talking
model.
about.
Yeah, the real world.
The globe model.
There's the real world, which is measured and measurable, and then there's the imagined, where you have to imagine certain concepts that don't match the real world. So which measured real world example are you going to give?
Again, the ball one.
So where's the measured real world example of that?
NASA has a whole bunch of them.
Well,
Russia's Sputnik program.
I say that you said ball. Ball would be
Yeah.
a 3-dimensional one. That's Euclidean.
Yeah, and if you're holding a ball, there's only one horizontal plane passing through the center, only one vertical plane passing through the center.
Okay.
Not every intersection in the center of a sphere is horizontal and vertical orientations. Because you can hold a ball, and like you said, there's only one horizontal and one vertical. So which one are you talking about? The one in real life, or the one that like measured, or the one that's
I'm saying is like if you have plumb bob pointing towards the center of the ball, I'm failing to understand like how that's such a hard thing to like understand, like imagine.
How would you show
imagine?
How would I show it?
Yeah.
Oh, I could well, if I had like all the time, money, and resources to do so, I would simply get like really fucking thick rope with like a really big fucking weight and just create like a 10-mile high plumb bob that are like 30 miles, 50 miles apart, right? No, we'll have to show like 1 degree a difference, right? Just to make you happy. So we'll make them like 69 miles apart.
So you would do this, or
yeah. If I wanted to show everybody and like I had all the time, money, and resources to do so, that's how I would do it.
You do
Can you feasibly hold on? Like, so like I'll give an example. So I crunched out the numbers. Yeah, so I crunched out the numbers. Here last time we had a conversation like this back on Brandon's server. Even if you had like
are these measured numbers?
No.
Where are these numbers coming from?
No.
These are.
This is a method on how to do this.
Yes,
right?
if you please pay attention.
They've obviously give up with the other guy that's had a go at this, so we're going for big rope. Obviously.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Buster's.
Yeah,
I've got it. I've got it for you, Buster.
So like I was trying to explain was like I'd have to do something very significant in order to actually like show it, because even if you have two like buildings that are a kilometer high each, and you spread them out, if I remember the math correctly, like 10 kilometers between the top of the bottom, if like they're like perfectly straight up between the top of the bottom, you would only have like 1.5 inches of difference. And like the angle of difference would be like fuck all.
Yeah, the uprights of certain bridges are that way. They are farther apart at the top than they are at the bottom, even though they are both.
Whoa, that
muffled.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was 4.3 inches. No, not even that. If I have to take back a look at where I had these notes from the last conversation I had about this. Either way, if you have like a kilometer tall like 2 kilometer tall buildings, about I think it was 10 kilometers apart, due to Earth's curvature, with how we claim it is, you would only have a couple of inches of differences between the top and the bottom in distances from each other.
You just say according to Earth's curvature?
Yeah, and I said in our model. But thanks for listening.
Model. No, I'm just trying to be thorough.
So I mean, like when you're trying to say, oh, how would you do this? And I say, oh, we'd have to get really fucking huge plumb bobs because some jackass can't do this in his backyard, like, and have like, I think somebody proposed having like 2 plumb bobs like 100 yards apart, and they're like on like 20-foot ropes. Even though that would literally only get you like 0.0000002, like 0.000, I know it was like 8 zeros worth of so 8 zeros worth of decimals, and then like a 2
is that a measured
of inches.
Is that a measured?
No. Like what I'm saying is that is too small for you to like come close to measuring, but that's what the math would work out to it being.
But
so like I was trying to say, like,
claimed...
I'm trying to say that like even if you do this, you won't be able to measure it.
So if some guy had claimed to have done that measuring, like, what would you say to that?
If he said that he got like 2 10-foot like plumb bobs that were like 100 yards apart.
No. He's done it. If he's done it without plumb bobs.
Done it without plumb bobs. Well, I'd have to see first like how tall the thing was and the distance apart. Because if it's over like 100 yards and he's trying to claim that like, oh yeah, I calculated like 3 degrees of difference.
1,500 feet.
Yeah,
1,500 feet.
About 500 meters, let's say.
Yes. Yeah, so like a fifth of a mile, less or a little bit more than that, which would mean that he would have less than a fraction of a degree of difference.
A fraction of a fraction? Oh, no way!
Yeah.
Wow. That sounds tiny.
Yeah.
What about if it's claimed that you can measure to 1 arc second over that distance, right? What about if you also tied on that claim that was possible also? And
I don't know. I have to
used
look
that
at his
1 arc
methodology and how he
second
did
in order
things
to
like
do
that.
You've never seen it.
Again, I would have to actually see
Can
like
we
the
go
height
to
of the thing he
your
was testing.
method then? Your plumb
To
bob.
my method?
Yeah,
my
big
fucking
rope
big ass,
plumb bob.
big ass like fuck off plumb bob.
Yeah. How would you do that?
Well, I already explained it. Like you have 2 plumb bobs, ideally, and they're like thick as hell, so that people can actually see them when they're like 69 miles apart or away from it. Well, it'd actually be a little bit less than 69 miles, due to what was it called? Because what am I trying to thought? Hypotenuse of the triangle and the such. But I digress.
Hypotenuse of what triangle?
So if you get like
you're talking
3
about
points,
a plumb bob.
Yeah, so if you get
Where's
2 plumb bobs, I'm trying to explain.
Okay.
And so if you have 2 plumb bobs,
yep,
and then yourself, well, there's 3 points. So you get a triangulation going from that.
Wait, what? Aren't you holding one of the plumb bobs, or
no? You're standing away from both of
You're
them.
looking at both of them.
Standing away. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the distance that you're away from them?
Well, if they're 69 miles away from them, or away from each other, and you're far enough away to see both of them, again, you'd have to. I don't know how far you'd have to be away to see both of them. Ideally, you just want to be able to see both of them.
So could you be like right in the middle of both of them?
You don't want to be like right in the middle because you can't see them both at the same time. You want to be off to the side, but still kind of in the middle, like middle to the side, like you're standing away looking at it, like when you're watching a football game.
If you're in the middle of a 69-mile space, you're only 34 and a half miles.
Yeah, but ideally in my setup, you want to be away from them, looking at both of them.
You want to
at the
see
same
both
time.
of them at the same time.
At the same time.
Could you be just on the other side of one of them then?
Just on the other side. I mean, yeah, sure. As long as you can see both of them at the same time, and you're standing out to the side to where you could see any like difference in angles to them.
Okay, what are we hanging them off?
No, that's why I said if I had all the time, money, and resources available, you just have it on like a big fucking 10-mile high crane, I guess.
Okay.
You do realize if you had a 10-mile high crane, you wouldn't have to go, but maybe if.
Oh no, I understand. No, I'm understanding. I'm just saying, like, if you were to like want to demonstrate this to somebody, and time, money, and resources were no object, right?
That's what he's saying. I mean, you wouldn't have to be 69 miles apart.
You could be like literally like a couple feet apart.
Yeah, like a meter at the top, and then see if it changes when you get to the bottom. Surely.
Yeah.
You have a must.
Yeah, they'd almost be touching at the bottom.
There is no parallel verticals on your model, which is a big problem because in reality, they are.
All verticals are parallel.
Yeah.
No, but the reason why I wanted to make them 69...
Sorry to jump in there.
The reason why I wanted to make them 69 miles apart was strictly because that gives you 1 degree of difference in our model, at least.
Yeah.
So just being able to see that like 1 degree versus like a fraction of a degree.
Who told you that about that 69 to 1 degree? Do you know?
My orienteering course.
Do you know where it came from?
Polaris dropping by 1 degree per 69 miles of nautical travel.
So how
is that a linear drop?
Wait a minute, Rob. How does Polaris changing by 1 degree relate to plumb bobs? Can you just tell us how you make that?
So in our model, so when we have a sphere and we calculated out a radius for it, math worked out pretty well to 69.1 miles, I think it was, give like being 1 degree of like the sphere.
No. See, you started.
The sphere is 360.
No, see, you
No,
started
no,
off
but
with
I'm explaining to it in my
presupposition.
model, so of course I would start off with a presupposition as
Well,
to
no,
how
no,
we
but
got
he,
69
You
miles
just measured
for
an
our...
angle to a light in the sky.
right,
Okay, cool.
exactly.
Yes, and?
Well,
We're talking about Earth.
that changes
For
1
one.
degree, right? And
Sure.
then the step
'Cause-
that you're making automatically to relate that to plumb bob seems to be
because
you draw in a big circle. Why did you do that? Like, you've just measured a 1 degree change in a light in the
because
sky.
I would be on top of like so if you were to just assume like the radius of the Earth, right, thus being able to calculate its circumference, thus being able to calculate out
Why
like
do you do that? You're talking about
because
an angle to a light in the sky.
because I'll get to that, right? Because I'd be very hard pressed in order to come up with a linear equation to explain why every 69 miles of travel I get by Polaris seems to drop by 1 degree on a flat plane.
Just minus 1 degree, right?
Yeah. Plus or minus 1 degree.
Well, yeah. If you go closer, it's plus a degree. If you go back, it's minus.
That's typically what you get with linear equations. If you
Nice.
change your
Drop
x in the
degree.
negative, then it goes either up or down depending on the equation. If you go the other direction, it does the opposite.
We like linear. Definitely not quadratic, is it? There's a difference between linear and quadratic.
Yeah, so quadratic, you have like an exponential difference, right? Or an exponential change, rate of change.
Well,
whereas with linear,
quadratic, you don't want to say exponential because exponentials are, a little bit different. But
no, because an exponential literally just means that there's an exponent involved in like the change, right? That's why it's called exponential rate of change.
You'll find that you'll get into all sorts of problems.
Like an equation for a circle is exponential. Would you agree, Beth?
Sure.
The equation for a circle is exponential.
Is it?
What do you
Would
mean?
You agree? If you gave me the equation for a particular circle, I could draw it based on that equation.
Yeah, you don't think that means exponential, do you? To being able to.
I just said it was exponential.
Yeah, you're confusing the issue.
Why am I confusing the issue?
Because you don't seem to understand what exponential means.
The change is exponential. Has an exponent to it. The change.
Really quick.
Well, see, this got convoluted really quick because we were trying to get back to the origins of getting 1 degree to 69 miles, and he says 1 degree drop, which it's actually just minus 1 degree.
Okay, cool. We can argue about semantics later.
Not only that, but the original question was like, where's this measured? This leaning plumb bobs measured.
It's called excess.
Sorry?
I thought the original question was, how would I demonstrate this? And
sorry, did somebody make a claim then and somebody covered for them? Like, is that what just happened?
How do you measure plumb bobs being not parallel? And somebody says spherical axis. I don't know how you make that correlation, but I'd love to hear it.
Well, ideally, if you're trying to use plumb bobs, you'd want to be able to look at them both at the same time. Which, if you have 2 plumb bobs close enough for just you to observe, it'd be very hard to get hardly any.
Not if they're perpendicular to horizontal.
Wait a minute, Chief Squatting Dog. I mean, I don't think we've ever actually chatted before.
Well, we have.
Have we?
Yeah.
Can you just go over your credentials?
I am a CPA.
And what's that?
A certified public accountant.
Accountant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so experience with plumb and level, please.
Understanding of math, being able to look at equations.
Have you ever used a plumb bob?
Actual navigation, within teaching people how to orienteer. Personally, working with plumb bobs, never had really worked with them. Have I actually looked at equations and how they use them? Yeah.
Have you ever orienteered with a plumb bob?
Nope.
Have
level?
You ever?
I've definitely done it with a sextant.
Leveled with a plumb bob?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what? You've leveled with a plumb bob, but you've never used a plumb bob.
No, I mean I've definitely worked alongside the crewman that came out and actually built my house here on this property.
Yeah.
Kind of got to fuck around with their tools, see how they work. So like the whole concept of a plumb bob is not very hard to grasp, I should say.
No, it's really simple.
Very simple.
Yeah.
Did he show you how to calibrate it?
No, he just showed me kind of how it works. He didn't step me through the manual on how to calibrate it. I've had plenty of conversations with other people on different flat Earth debate servers, though.
Wow, not about calibrating plumb bobs.
Oh yeah,
I've never got
absolutely.
that highbrow before. No way.
Oh no, it has. They post like the whole manuals for these type of things.
Okay.
Like they had like a fucking 86-page document just on how to use like those oh shit, what were they called? Like those like little spyglass things that they use to see if something's level over long distances.
A little spy. Oh wait a minute.
I forgot what it.
Magnifying glasses.
Yeah, kind of like that. Oh, I mean like it reads like a degree of angle, like angles difference wise over the course of a distance, and taking a look at like the margin of error and how to calibrate.
Magnifying glasses with tiny protractors.
Kind of something like that. I forgot what they're called.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Is that,
yeah, absolutely.
Is that measuring elevation?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that you could use it to do that as well.
Page 53 or something.
Is that?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Is that measuring elevation vertically?
Well, vertically in regards to what?
Vertically, like
I'll look up.
However you.
That's vertical.
However you want. What?
I mean, I can't really imagine elevation being measured in anything else.
In reference to
Right,
the
me
tiny magnifying glass with tiny protractor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it measuring elevation vertically?
I don't know. I'm not a construction worker.
Oh, I thought you could like conceptualize these principles.
He mustn't have showed him that tool when he was asking.
Yeah, calculating elevation. I mean, I've heard that. Like, I know like there's equations out there where you can calculate based off of a. Oh no, absolutely calculate.
Yeah, but I mean measuring it first and then calculating afterwards.
Oh, so you dig a hole all the way to like the water level, and then or do you just calculate it?
What?
I'm sorry, what? I don't.
Yeah. So how do you measure your elevation?
Vertically.
Vertically. So how do you measure it vertically?
From a benchmark, from one point to the other.
So a benchmark. So it's not actually a measurement. You're calculating
the measuring rod.
Measuring rod. That's
yeah, it's a measuring rod with like numbers and symbols on there that represent different measurements.
Hey, Chief Swatting Dog, if I ever have a breakaway flat Earth civilization, I don't want you in my compound because I don't think you'd be very useful.
That's right. Y'all don't have very much money to work with, so you won't need a CPA.
That's great comeback.
You spend it foolishly doing constructing 10-mile high cranes with big rope.
Or paying for like rocket to shoot off into fuck all nowhere, right?
Don't know. Do you do that also?
No. Oh, my buddy, he's an aerospace engineer. He designs like the actual rockets.
Whoa,
I haven't killed anybody yet.
That was a big one. Do you see how fast he shot off them, Rakia?
Yeah.
That was a brilliant one. That
was quick.
Jumped in a rocket.
Yeah.
Off you go.
I was making a sad little.
Fast.
Yeah, I was making a sad little quip about the guy that shot himself up into the clouds, and
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, the flat earther guy.
You're another one that's obsessed with it. Why are you doing that?
Well, obsessed with what?
You're obsessed with
Rocket
flat
Man?
Earth.
You're right. I kind of find it interesting.
Is it the vertical aspect that you're trying to run away from?
No.
The perpendicularity of verticals to a horizontal plane?
No.
You jumped in a rocket. Off you shot.
I noticed that you just keep like getting away from like where this measurement can be shown of these diverging or converging or whatever verticals.
Oh, the plumb bob?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, like
I mean,
anybody that claims
you
to
said
have
you
like
would if you had a bunch of money. be able to demonstrate it. But
oh no, so
like,
I myself don't know
so
of
it's never
anybody
been
that's taken.
demonstrated?
I've never known anybody actually take two plumb bobs and be able to physically see them to measure like any like modicum of difference between the two of them.
So when I said that it's in your imagination, and then you explained to me how I would have to imagine it.
Mm-hmm. No, so when I first was proposed the question, I was asked how would I demonstrate it, and so I answered like how I would demonstrate it. Is it feasible? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I think you're getting off point of what I'm trying to say.
I guess so.
What I'm saying is so in reality, we can demonstrate these geometric principles where plumb bobs are parallel. And you're saying that no, they aren't. And I said, where in reality can you show this happening?
And I gave you the answer many times.
I can imagine. Can I continue saying what I'm saying?
We've been saying it over and over again, though. Slack.
Zanuck,
yeah, but
please keep out of this.
So anyway, when I say that it's in your imagination, and you defend that it's not in your imagination, when I ask you to show me where in reality I can see this, you say that I have to imagine it. There is no thing that you can point to, but you're still going to maintain that it happens in reality, even though you cannot point to anything in reality.
So
that's
I believe that what's his name brought up bridges as to how like they have quote unquote like or they have railings that are they have like railings that go straight up and down, but the difference in height between like the bottom and the top are a bit different from one end of the bridge to the other.
And I'm gonna
you can look at things like you can take a look at simple things like that, right? But from the understanding of which I thought he was coming from was actually getting out plumb bobs and demonstrating this to you, rather than looking at structures that already exist to this day that we can show.
So take the structure that already exists that we can go to, right? This bridge that you're talking about. Is that a measured difference?
Say again?
This bridge that exists in reality that we can go to demonstrate what you're saying, right? This bridge, Verrazano Bridge. Is this a measured distance?
I mean, I'm sure the bridge has been measured. I mean, that's how they constructed it.
So they measured from top to top, tip to tip, and the base to base. Is that what you're saying?
I guess. I mean, if that's what he was bringing up.
So they measured this after it was constructed. With the way that steel contracts and expands with different temperatures and all this other stuff, you're saying that this measurement was actually done.
Yeah, so with
they actually took a measurement.
Sure. I mean, I'm not sure how they did it.
Oh, but you're just guessing? Somebody
guessing.
said a bridge, and you just said, yeah that's bridge. Okay, let's go with that.
So I wasn't there to validate how they did it.
I'm not saying you had to be there, but I mean, at least have some idea of like a method that they used or could have used to verify this measurement that you're saying has happened, this measurement. I'm going to say that it's a calculation, and that people are saying that this calculation verifies that this has been measured, but it hasn't been actually measured. I'm going to go ahead and make that statement that it hasn't actually been measured to show a deviation in plumb lines.
The calculation that doesn't show measurement, even though you have to have measurements in order to make a calculation.
You have to have measurements in order to make a calculation. And if you have a model with already, it's already neat and tidy, numbers to calculate, then you can use that model to calculate. But I'm telling you right now that I am saying that from top to top of that bridge and base to base has not been measured to verify deviating plumb lines.
Top to top, bottom to bottom of the bridge hasn't shown like any kind of difference in the like from top to bottom, or from from bottom to bottom, from top to top.
I'm saying it's never been measured to show that plumb lines deviate. Or
so in their blueprints where they actually I've heard that they've actually incorporated that into the blueprints as the difference in the height, or height like top to top that you would get from bottom to bottom.
Yeah. How did the blueprints building your house work out? Did it work out exactly to like every nail? Because I know that there are changes, right? There are differences. So bringing up a blueprint that is based on a model that is designed based on a model is not going to prove the model, right? There are different things that occur out in the field when building based on engineered drawings.
Sure.
So where are you going to tell me where I can find the method that they use to measure this deviating plumb lines?
Well, shit, I don't know how they measured it. I guess you can get a fucking tape measure and do it yourself.
But they haven't actually done it.
Okay. Cool. So let's talk about this slack then that I've heard about.
Yeah, okay, let's talk about that.
I heard it's a perfectly straight object with no parallel plumb lines.
That would be the claim.
What if you put a water level at each end?
A water level? Oh, so the great thing is during the construction of LIGO and I believe also Slack, perfectly straight tube is due to the spherical nature of the Earth. Very beautiful how this works out. If you take a water level from one end, right, and you measure, of course, you measure a difference because they make it elevate, or they make it more elevated on one end than the other. And so you get an angle of difference, or an angle of incline from one, like on, like, say like the low side. And you measure the rate of incline on the very end of it. They're actually two different numbers. On a flat Earth, they should be the same number.
And this is a measurement that they actually did this with the water level?
Yeah.
Oh,
whatever measurement that they, or whatever was it, an angle measurement tool that they actually used during the construction of it.
Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
About the construction of that place.
Yep. And
Do you
how
know, have you researched into like how they actually did it, like the things that they use, the instruments that they use?
Yeah, they use like the lake. They use the lake, right?
Not
the lake, but with LIGO, like the little creek, I should say.
Yeah, it's not even a creek. It's basically just standing water because it's a ditch with water in it.
To help out as a reference point.
Might I suggest, and this is just, you don't have to do this or anything, but I would just suggest that if you're going to bring up something like LIGO, which is like super technical and has a lot of different aspects to it and stuff, you should probably research that before making any kind of comments.
I did. Okay. Yeah, that's why I was able to know about like the little creek thing. Right? Also about how they actually were able to show a difference in the angles of incline from one end to the other. Right? You don't need a 4 kilometer long whatchamacallit. No, you wouldn't even go for a 4 kilometer long like a water level. All you'd have to do is get it about 10 feet apart, like 1 point 10 feet apart from the other one. On the start of the tube, which will give you an angle, let's just say 23 degrees, not even 20, like probably like 4 degrees incline, and you go to the very end. Of course, you got your water level 10 feet apart. It would give you a 4.2 degrees, probably a little bit less than that, 4.1 degrees. No, a little bit more, 4.2. My mistake, showing that there is a change in the angle of attack on the thing, or a angle of incline, you would call it, meaning that it's not on a flat Earth. Because on a flat Earth, if that thing is perfectly straight, which they claim it is, well, you're left with a conundrum. Either it's not perfectly straight, which you have to demonstrate that it's not straight, or it's on a ball.
Well, I mean, the thing is, though, we do have Bev in the room, and when you say something level, Bev's in the room.
Bev hosting, actually, Branch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Branch.
Because I would challenge you right now is to go out and get your protractor out and have a perfectly straight line as your horizontal, right? And then draw another perfectly straight line intersecting that at an angle, and find out, like, kind of figure out a way to make it where is this? Where am I at? There we go. Make like the starting point on like the little shape that you drew there have 1 degree of incline that is different from the end point of it, or the end degree of incline.
1 degree is a lot of incline.
No.
Inclination to what?
So like I said, you have like your first line.
Which first
That's your
line?
horizontal at like 0 degrees. It's just perfectly horizontal, right? Then you draw a second line that intersects that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So starting from where at the point of intersection, you can go out, say, like an inch, and use your protractor to measure the angle of incline, or like measure the angle, right?
Smaller the better.
Oh no, we can, and then you can go out another few inches, and I guarantee you, when you get to that, like a few inches further down the line, it's also going to be that exact same angle, because that's just how linear geometry works.
Like a right angle.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, you can make it a right angle. It's always going to be at a right angle, no matter how high up like the other line gets. It could be a 45-degree angle. It's going to be 45 degrees constant.
Yeah. So
right?
if we've got a vertical, and then we've got a horizontal straight line coming off at 90 degrees, right angle, the right angle coming off. Then so that horizontal is a straight line, right? So we can travel along that horizontal, and then put another perpendicular to that horizontal at 90 degrees to it, because as we know, horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
That's not what we're talking
so then
about.
we would have another vertical, wouldn't we?
Okay, so
Perpendicular to that
that's
horizontal.
that's
That
not
is
what I'm
exactly
saying.
what we're
Please
talking
follow.
about. Yes.
That's not what we're.
Chief, that
Hold
makes
on.
sense though, right, Chief?
Hold on. No, I'm talking about LIGO. Like, of course, LIGO isn't straight up and down now, is it?
It's
You
the
also don't
horizontal
have.
is the horizontal of the arms are the two straight ones, the X and Y axis, right? Then you've got mirrors
are they
that are
horizontal?
perpendicular to that. Right?
Why are we talking about the mirrors now? We're just talking about
Because
one
they're
tube
the
of light at LIGO.
perpendiculars to the straight lines.
Hey, we're not.
That's exactly what we're talking about. Yes.
That's not what we're talking
I know you're
about.
struggling. No. You may be confused.
Holy shit.
You may be very confused.
I think you just glossed over everything I fucking said.
LIGO is straight lines, right? That's what we're talking about.
Yes,
Claimed to
straight
be,
lines.
by some, the straightest thing in the universe, but it seems that may be a different building that we're talking about. But
so hold on.
Something very close to the straightest thing in the universe, LIGO.
Very, very, very nice, Bev. You just showed that you did not pay attention at all what I was talking about. But I'll explain it again, just for you.
Wait a minute. Before we carry on with this, Branch, please. Branch, please, can you just stop it? Before we carry on, we are following on for a night from Mobius's video about LIGO, and it is the geometry of LIGO that he was particularly talking about. Now, I know we're delving a bit more into the sophistry and the obfuscation of tactics that occur with like clever,
You're the only one
like
obfuscating.
trying magic tricks, right?
You're literally the only one
with
obfuscating.
words and wizardry.
You're literally the only one obfuscating. I've been sticking with one point, and now you want to bring up like the perpendicular mirrors that are in LIGO, even though I was not talking about those. But thank you for
what were you
pushing on what you're doing.
then, because we are talking about the idea that you can have perpendicularity with verticals and horizontals.
No, so when I brought up LIGO, I was the one that brought up LIGO here in the past 15 minutes, right?
Well,
but
we are going over a video that Mobius started. Premiered at 9 o'clock earlier, so that's when we started this.
Okay,
and that
cool.
was about LIGO. I don't know whether you were here or not to watch that.
Oh no, I wasn't.
Right, okay. Well, that's why we're talking about LIGO. So it wasn't you that brought it up. We were already talking about it. You may have missed an awful lot of the conversation.
Okay, so if we pay attention to what I was saying, I wasn't talking about the perpendicular mirrors. I was bringing up another phenomenon that was measured and recorded, which is different angles of inclination from like at one end versus different angles of inclination at the other end.
To what?
Which of the tube like at LIGO.
So the horizontal, the straight line tube has got different angles of inclination to what?
The ground.
So the straight thing has different angles of inclination to the ground.
Yep.
Like, who references the ground?
Yeah, so the Earth, I guess you would be more specific in saying, right?
The dirt.
The tangent of like
they
wherever
built
you're standing.
it on the side of a hill.
Yeah,
like
the
something
tangent
like
of wherever
that.
you're the tangent of wherever you're standing. So you look
Tangent.
down,
You do
and
realize
you make a tangent with that.
You do realize what a tangent is.
Yes. Yeah, here I'll draw you out what I'm trying to express. Maybe we can follow
Go
along
on
better
then.
with each
Yes,
other.
please bring us a
Yeah.
picture. Let's see that.
Well, don't say.
It's
There we go.
squatting, Doug. I would
What's
just
that?
say that nobody references the ground when they're doing elevation.
Okay, this isn't an elevation thing.
You did say.
No, I'm
it's
talking about the
it's an
angle of inclination, right? When you bring out your when you bring out your water. Hold on. When you wing out your water level, and you measure like at what angle this thing is
you
actually
said
increasing at.
To the ground is what you said.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Like when you look down, right? You make a tangent with that, right?
No, like what are you talking about? You
Yeah,
look
so you make
down
your
and make a tangent.
Yeah, so you make your horizontal right here, right?
Yes.
Your,
Have you been listening to Jose?
No, so you have a horizontal where you're standing.
You do know what a tangent
is. Okay, yeah, so you have a horizontal where you're standing, correct? And that water level is going to measure a variance from your horizontal, correct?
When you keep saying that as though correct. What do you want correcting?
Oh, I want you to say, no, that's not correct, and then try and rebut it.
Do you know what a horizontal is? Because you say you have a horizontal at your position.
Yeah, you have your water level, which is showing a variation from your horizontal that you're on, right?
False.
Yeah.
False?
I haven't got a clue what you're talking about, do you?
Oh, yeah, so how am I false? What does the water level actually measure?
The water level is horizontal.
So if I have
you put it here, hang on, I'll show you a picture of mine. I actually actually have a picture of mine, the one I use that creates a horizontal, and you measure an elevation change with it. Give me just a second.
Can you measure
or rate of inclination?
Yeah, can you measure degrees with a water level?
No. Not even with an auto level.
So from what I'm measuring, like looking at right here, you damn sure can do some measurements with this water level here.
Wait, look, there's my water level.
Where are you looking?
It takes me a second.
I mean, yeah, this thing right here it looks like it's got degrees on there.
Live stream text 2. That's my water level that I use.
That
to
seems
measure.
Very half-ass.
What?
What's very half-assed?
Oh, I see, like the tube there. Yeah, so this one has measuring ends at both sides to give some sort of degree.
Don't need that. You don't
He's got
need
a
that.
33-foot one. Watch out.
Yeah. So, like I said, any kind of measuring device you want to show, protractor, how be it, right?
How small is it? We need to know.
0.2 degrees, if I remember correctly.
Wow.
I don't exactly remember. Been a little while since I've talked about it.
Can you get a protractor thing on a water level? Do you think you could measure angles with a water level?
I think I broke my tool here. Jesus. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that you can have these two different angles, and I even gave some room for y'all.
How accurate is a water level at measuring angles?
This one right here says it's accurate down to 1 millimeter at 10 meters, or the equivalent of what you call 0.03 degrees.
Well, that's an angle.
Or 0.3 degrees.
0.3 degrees.
Yeah, if I remember correctly.
Is that from horizontal or to horizontal?
From horizontal.
Yeah. Of each end.
Say again?
The angle that you're going to make with your water level, is it from the end, and is that an angular deviance from horizontal?
Yeah, so if you have your 2 points of you're on your water level.
Yep.
And you calculate out the difference. This one measures in millimeters. And so you have a difference which you use as your y. And then you have your x, which is the distance between the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can use that to calculate with simple trig. You can calculate out the angle of difference.
the drop of one end of the water level to the other.
The degree.
Does that depend on which end that you're stood at, measuring your angle from?
So you have 2 points, and they both have measurements on them.
Mm-hmm.
You measure the variance, and you come up with a triangle with that. I don't know what's so hard to understand about that.
You make a triangle with a water level.
Yes, that is simple math that is involved with that.
Simple math?
Yes.
Wow. So you get 2 points, and you make a triangle.
Yes.
Wow. Now, this is some new maths.
Mm-hmm.
Carry on.
No, it's not. No, it's not new math. It's actually very simple. So you have 1 point that is a different distance x-wise from the other point, and you have those 2 things are also at a different y-axis from each other. Well, you have a difference in your x and your y, meaning that you now have a third imaginary point to make a triangle with, just by having with 2 points of measurement. I mean, I didn't think that was that hard to understand.
2-point triangles.
It's not a 2-point triangle. You just have 2 points of reference that you can now form a triangle with an imaginary point that you actually calculated out.
Oh, you need an imaginary calculated point in order to finish your triangle.
Yeah. It's not really that hard to actually do. Right. So if I have
right, like because we get a water level. I don't even imagine it. I know a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's just a straight line. But you are going to imaginary calculate that into a triangle somehow.
Yeah. So if you have water level A, and on the very other side you have water level B, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they have them on there. I even showed a link to it.
It's just a water level, that though, right? It's one body of water.
It's one tool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So cool. Yeah, they're all connected, which is what I'm trying to get to. I understand completely. Right.
The water's all connected.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
Body of water.
Yeah. So if you put it on a pipe, for example, and you want to see if this pipe is like perfectly level or not, flat, right? And you stick it up there, and it shows difference in millimeters.
Mm-hmm.
Or on either side. Well, guess what? That's showing difference in elevation, correct?
No.
Yeah.
So one end of the pipe isn't going to be higher than the other one if there's like water below the 0 point on one.
The water stays the same. If you had what you just showed has 2 valves as communicating vessels.
Yes.
The water is the same pressure at all points along that connected tube, so the water will always stay the same. And if you started with that black line in the middle as your reference point, if you raise one up,
I understand.
The black line's going to be higher
than the water level, right? That's what I'm trying to talk about.
But on the other end, where is it? The black line.
Holy shit! That's literally what I am saying.
Wow.
Is like the water is going to be.
Like, wait a minute.
Oh, I don't even get to finish my fucking thing.
That's what you're. I'm saying that though, right? That's what I was going to say.
Okay, I guess
so
we're having a miscommunication.
I thought I'd just interrupt you because we were saying the same thing, right? It's good that you agree with us. But
so I guess we're
finish what he's saying.
Well,
please.
Did I ever get to finish mine?
No, because you interrupted Buster.
But y'all interrupted me. That's fine.
No,
we can look back at the recording.
Yeah, we just keep. Yeah, go back, listen to it, please. Then let Buster finish.
Just was trying to explain to you that black line on one end, when you raise it, if you start from the center, if the black line is at the water level on both sides from the starting point, and you raise one side, the black line will be above the water on one end and below the water on the other.
I understand. And you get the difference.
The water's still in the same. The water's still horizontal.
Yes, I understand, right? You get the difference, though, between like the black point and the water. Correct? To see whether or not your pipe is flat or not, or is level or not, right?
So your pipe's not level, bro. Work it out in your accounting brain.
Yeah, so the pipe's not level, meaning that you have a difference in height.
No, it means that the water is level. Prove that the water's not level.
Yeah, the water is one body of water. It equalizes to comes to an
I
equilibrium.
understand. All right, cool. So what is the point of having like the black little band there? It's not to actually determine whether or not the pipe is level or not?
No. Look,
No?
The picture that I
Holy
showed, the
shit.
water's always level.
No, he's
I'm talking about
thinking
the
of
pipe.
the one that he's put in. Is the,
Yeah, I'm talking
he's
about
just
the
got a
pipe.
marker on to reference it.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the pipe. You have your two different ends. You level, like, of course, water always finds its level.
Yep.
So you make them equal to each other based on how much water you have in the fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You stick one end on the pipe, and you stick the other end on the pipe. Any variation from that black point or that black 0 point that you set up is going to show difference in elevation from like for the pipe, right? If the water level isn't equal from that black band that you set up as your 0 point, the pipe's not level.
You've only shown how far you've raised the water level or lowered the water level. That's it.
Holy shit! Is he even looking at the same fucking image I am?
Dude, please don't do that. We're saying that the water level establishes a horizontal. You can use that water level to judge whether the pipe is level or not.
That's literally what I'm saying.
Yes, but why are you trying to say that the water level can make a triangle? It's just
okay, cool. So,
a straight line. 2 points. Only 2 points.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up 2 points because the water level is going to
at the beginning.
Okay.
You seem to
cool.
gloss over it earlier.
Okay.
And then get confused. And now you've realised you're wrong. And now you're holding the same position that we are and we always have been. That you started off arguing against.
So if you have point A, which is one end of the pipe, and you use your water level to determine how much higher the other end of the pipe is from the first end of the pipe, now you have endpoint B, right? Let's say it's 5 millimeters higher than the other one, correct?
Look,
Yeah, let's
when
just say,
we
hey,
are
just follow along.
talking about a water level, the pipe we are talking about is the pipe that contains the water for the water level. Now, why are you bringing in an other pipe?
Actually, listen to what I was trying to fucking say. You don't have to mute me.
I'm not muting you. It's not me that's doing that, but I mean, it does
All I
seem a
wanna-
bit like useless, whatever he's talking about. I've not got a clue.
Well, all I'm trying to say is that line that's on there. If all you're doing is either raising that horizontal up or down, and you have a new parallel horizontal from the water level. That's it.
No, literally what I'm trying to say is you take the water level. Say you have a metal pipe. I'll emphasize it further, okay? You have a metal pipe. You're trying to determine if the metal pipe in your construction project is level or not. So you bust out the old water level, right? And you put one end on one end of the pipe and the other end on the other end of the pipe, and it shows you any variance at all that exists in the elevation of one end of the pipe to the other, right?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. The
now
water
that we're on that same
level
page.
shows you the horizontal level.
Okay, cool.
That's your baseline to work off.
Yes, right.
Right, okay.
So now that you have...
now we're definitely on an understanding that is 2 points, and if you connect the two, the shortest path between those 2 points would be a straight line with no curvature in it at all. And since it's a horizontal plane, any straight lines or any 2 points would be wholly lying on the horizontal plane.
Okay, cool. So the whole thing was about the triangle that it forms, right?
It
So you have your 2
form a
points.
triangle. We've just said 2
I'm trying to
points.
get to that. I'm trying to get to that, right? So you have
just obfuscated.
Okay, am I going to be able to fucking finish?
Yeah, because you've just gone over a straight line on a horizontal plane.
I guess I'm not even going to be able to finish.
Well, you're going to make a triangle from 2 points again. Like that's where
what
we started.
Yeah, if you allow me to fucking explain, I could.
Go on, be
you just
quick.
shut up for 2 seconds.
Be quick.
Okay, cool. So you have your point A, and you know the two objects are 10 feet apart. So say you have a 10-foot pipe. You know the variation between the two objects, or the difference in elevation between the two objects is 5 millimeters, right? So you have one distance, and you have another distance, or you have a hypotenuse now, right? And then you also have a y difference. Well, guess what you can also calculate from that? The x distance. What does an x and a y and a hypotenuse give you? Gives you a triangle.
Are you saying that the pipe that you're referencing against is off a level?
Yes. If you're like, say like the pipe, I'll emphasize it again. Say the pipe
So
that
you've made a triangle with a level and a not level.
Yes.
Then why didn't you just say that? You're saying you're making a triangle with a level with 2 points, but you.
Yeah. So you have your one end of the pipe and you have your other end of the pipe, right? It's
Straight
not
line.
level. Yeah. So like, if it's not level, you can actually form a triangle with the measurements that you get.
Yeah, you said X and Y. You don't actually mean X and Y, do you?
No, I absolutely do mean X and Y.
You do realize you're measuring the Z with the 5 millimeter difference.
Yeah, that's why I said your Z. That's why I said your Z.
Y
your
for
Z,
aren't you?
Or your no. In this case, I'm just simply using X. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I should be using Z instead, right?
Yeah,
I'll reemphasize. You have your Z and your X or your Y, depending on which way this thing's facing.
Mm-hmm.
So you have your X and your Z. I just like to plug in X and Y if we're looking at this on a piece of paper, just for simplicity's sake.
Yeah, but we're talking
just
about
as a 2D
reality,
example,
though, right?
Okay,
you are
cool. So I can
make this in reality.
Okay,
aren't you?
cool. So we'll
and you're
so we
saying
can actually
Z is a vertical, aren't you?
Yeah, cool. So I can
Which
use
would make
Z.
X the
Yeah, so cool. We can play semantics. I can actually bring in Z. I mean, I thought it'd be easy to follow what we were talking about here with 8th grade triangles and whatnot. But regardless, so you have your Z and you have your X or your Y in this case.
Really clever right now.
Yeah.
You best make this good.
Yeah. So you have your X or your X or your Y, vice versa. Maybe
Or
a combination of both. Yeah. And then you have your Z, which is the difference in the height.
Remember, we're teaching 8th grade children here.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure that you don't confuse them by keep getting your X's and your Y's and your Z's.
No, that's why you just stick with 2, right?
You do realize you're explaining how to measure a vertical change from the horizontal vertically.
Yeah, vertical change, right?
From the horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, so the whole quip was
With
about how
water
you can
level.
form a triangle with 2 points of measurement. And it's
With a
quite
water
simple.
level.
Yeah, by using a water level as a tool of, like, reference for measurement.
From horizontal, measuring the vertical change in elevation.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I don't see what's too hard to, like, understand about that.
It's not. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of having a drop of the water level as well because he had that.
Oh, I didn't say that the water level drops.
It did sound like that's what he was doing.
I said
it's a good job
I said
that
that
you
LIGO
clarified that it definitely doesn't, and it's a horizontal
I said that.
plane
No,
now.
so going back to my point is that LIGO seems to have a different angle of inclination from one end versus the other end.
To what that was the initial question? I remember.
So
that
again,
now.
if you
Thanks for
bust out
bringing that back up.
Yeah. So if you bust out your water level and you put, say, one
Water,
like
put
you,
it, put it, let's
yeah, the
put
very
it
big.
all the way across LIGO. In fact,
No,
let's
you
have
don't do that.
2 of them. Let's have one going on the x-axis and one going on the y-axis.
Okay. No,
all the way from one end to the other. What would happen?
So, no, you don't want to do it that way, right? If you truly want to determine,
that sounds like a really good idea.
Oh, no,
Just
that sounds like a really.
Let's
hold
just
on,
work
hold
over
on.
it as
You
a
don't want to
concept.
do it that way. Hold on, no, if that would be a really shit way of doing it, because actually,
concept
hold
it
on,
now, right?
can
let's
you?
Let's flow with it as though it's.
Am I? Yeah. So the better way of doing it, if you actually want to prove your argument, right?
Better way.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Better than
Much
that.
better way.
It seems
much
very
better
simple,
way.
That, though. This
Yeah.
must be
Yeah,
good. We like
If
to
you-
keep
if you-
things simple, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so no, this is a little bit more complex because now you have 2 water, or you have a. Well, I guess you would have.
I
you would have
had
2
water levels, one on the X
2,
and one on the Y.
Oh no, it's all 1 water level, dude. Yeah, so.
Well,
No, but like I was saying, I might be getting a little mixed up here, but you have your one pipe that you're measuring.
Can you
your
imagine
one
it's
tube.
like a canal? It's all joined together.
Yeah, so you have you can choose whichever tube you want to measure with LIGO, right?
Mm-hmm. X or
You
Y.
have 2 of those water levels that I linked, right? That shows like the difference in millimeters. Well, like with 2 little black rings, right, for your like 0 points.
Put a picture back up in the chat, like an actual.
I can't post
picture,
pictures.
Can you not?
I can't post pictures.
Okay, so it's just a water level then with the measuring bit on.
Yeah, I'll repost a link if you want to copy the picture so that the chat can see without having to click on spooky links, right?
Let's.
I'll
So
take
you
a
have.
picture. I'll take a picture of a water level, right? With
Yeah.
some water.
So you have. So you take like that water level, 10 feet, make it 30 feet, because the thing's 4 fucking kilometers, right? So at the very beginning of one of the one tube, you got to pick one versus the other for the tube, right?
Okay.
Let's just say we get the east to west, or east to west, not the north to south tube, right?
Okay, just one arm. Gotcha.
Yeah, just one arm, right?
Do you like
From
that?
The very,
Is that anything good? So everybody knows what we're doing.
Oh no, that's not. No, just link the
That's
picture
the
that I
end
posted.
of a water level, right?
Yeah, that's the end.
with
But
some
what about
water in it.
the first? What about the first end?
The other
there's two
end's
ends.
just exactly the same as that, right?
Yeah,
There's just two
just
of
exactly
those.
the same, right?
Yep.
Just exactly the same, right?
Two. Yeah.
So you have
two
one
ends
end
of a water
yeah,
level.
Yeah, you have one end, say at the very beginning, and the other end to it, say 30 feet down the line.
At the apex. No, let's go right to
no,
the
no,
other
no,
end.
no,
Let's go the
no,
full
it's not
distance.
gonna. Can you just let me finish, right? So, again, if you put it at the very end, that's just going to show the average, like change in the angles. What you want to actually see if the angle of inclination is consistent throughout the entirety of the structure, right?
Angle of inclination of the water level.
No, of the fucking LIGO tube.
But it wants to be straight, right? There shouldn't be any inclination, should there?
You can have straight, right? And it could be at an angle. I mean, like, it could be pointing like up into the air and still be a straight structure, right?
Well, squatting dog, hang on. You know, you could just set a bubble level on top, like a coincidence bubble level on top of the tube, and you start from one end. Would you say that it's going to be right in the middle level?
No, what I'm trying to
Bubble.
But if you allow me to like explain here, I'll make a little diagram of what I'm trying to explain. So if the Earth was on a sphere,
how about you have a little go at sort of having trying to follow where we are, because we're on a straight, and we're saying at one end, like you either put a water level, like tool for level, or a bubble on it.
Okay.
Do you understand what would happen at, let's say, at the apex, where X and Y meet?
I'm going to ask you to post a picture for me here in just a second, all right?
Okay, I'll get you a picture of LIGO.
All right, so I'm about to send you a picture that I draw here in MS Paint. No, I know exactly what LIGO looks like. All right. What I'm trying to show is a totally different concept, which I think we're having like a failure to like actually communicate between.
Concept of something that we all know about.
Well, I think the problem is squatting dog is that we've used them. Like I use them not daily. I've used mine quite a bit. My water level, like practically. Not having a hard time understanding where what you're saying.
But I think that we're not following each other, which is why I'm trying to draw this thing out. Okay. So we have a point A and a point B, right? I'll take a little snippet here.
So can you see that picture that I've put in there? Just so we know we're on the same starting point, right?
Yeah.
So you've got a Cartesian coordinate system, the X and Y, they are laid down on the floor, and that plane is what we call the horizontal plane. And then on that, you have the Z-axis, which is perpendicular to that plane at every point on it.
Why can't I post pictures?
And we call that the Z-axis. Or the elevation, the differing in elevation, that's measured on that vertical. And that's how we, in reality, measure an elevation change on that Z-axis, of a change in the vertical, referenced to a device that measures a horizontal or establishes a horizontal, and we measure from that. Right? That's what happens in reality.
I understand completely.
Right. Good.
So if you take a look at
Tell
what I
me
just
what you imagine.
So can you post what I just sent to you? Oh, can I post now? Perfect.
Okay,
so taking a look, if Earth is truly this flat plane, right? It will be expressed by the brown line, right? Imagine that just perfectly flat, or like level, horizontal, right?
What?
The picture I just fucking, or the little drawing I just posted,
Just
right?
drawn a line, right? And
Yeah,
then what
yeah.
are you
Please
gonna
follow
say?
along.
Go on. What's that line?
Yeah. Let's just say that's the Earth, right? Nice and flat and level, right?
Okay. Your brown
And you
line
have
equals Earth.
yes,
Flat Earth. Because
yeah,
that
flat
definitely
Earth, right?
looks like line Earth. But I mean,
Okay.
well, I'll go
I
with
mean,
the concept of
yeah,
elevation.
and
It's an elevation drawing.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
So
right,
you have LIGO, which is expressed by the black line, right?
Right.
Not
Is
right.
that sticking out of it?
No. What do you mean what's sticking out of it?
Well, you've got like, or is it crossing it?
So LIGO goes a bit into the ground. I don't know if you've
Does it?
actually realized that. Yeah.
Does it?
Sorry?
Yeah, it's slightly underground. And then it
Are
actually
you
is.
sure you're talking about the same place? Have you done any research on it?
Yeah, it's I have.
Oh.
So
Wait,
taking a
which
look at
LIGO
this,
facility are you talking about?
do you want-
Sorry.
the one posted in the picture that has like the little creek running by it.
The one posted
Yeah,
in
the one that
one
I've
in
got there.
Louisiana?
It says X
Yeah.
and Y axis, the one that you can look at there.
Mm-hmm.
Have you?
Yeah,
Can
so
you,
that
can
very
you
one.
see that? That's the one that you think
Yeah.
is underground.
Yep.
Like now, which
Yeah.
bit
Not
in that
underground.
picture there? Where is the bit that's underground?
A good portion of the pipe, actually.
Where? So point to it. Is
So-
it on the Y or is it on the X?
So you see where they both intersect, right? See how there's no pipe?
Yeah,
'Cause it's
inside those
underground.
buildings.
No, yeah, it's under those buildings.
It's in the buildings.
No,
I'm not
it's
seeing
under the
their
buildings.
Posts.
You're not seeing my
So-
post.
No, I don't see the picture there. You're in live stream too?
Yeah,
I see it on YouTube, but I don't see it in the Discord. That's weird.
You gotta scroll back up 7.
Yeah, it's like just under the ground,
I'll
right?
put it back
You
up
can even
again.
see that in the hill, right?
Oh,
There you go.
I see it.
It actually runs under those buildings. Funny enough, here's a
It's inside the buildings, yes. Those buildings are, all of it have to be built above the floodplain for that area. That was one of the stipulations. Right? It has to be built above the 500-year floodplain.
Well,
Mhm.
I guess I'm curious as why you drew. You say the brown line is Earth.
Yep.
And A and B are what?
So that's what I'm trying to get to, right? So with this little demonstration, because we know that LIGO has a difference in elevation from one end to the other.
Who knows that? How did you say you know that?
At least what they're claiming. Yeah, from what they're claiming.
Who's claiming?
The people that built LIGO.
The people at LIGO are building, saying that there is an elevation change.
Yes.
Wow. Have you got any documentation or any videos?
Yeah, I can probably try and look that up again.
You're just making it up?
Yeah, no, I'm not making it up. This is just in all the reports. It's a 4 kilometer long structure, right? Difference in elevation. It can be a straight fucking tube, but it still has a difference in elevation.
Oh, right. I mean, that sounds fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, so taking a look at point A and point B, right? You see the black line. If you were to measure the angle, like if you were to take a protractor out and you use like point A with the brown line being like your zero angle, right? Or your zero line. Would you say that it would have like the same angle of inclination from point A, or from like the intersection to point A, as from the intersection to point B?
There's just two lines, right?
So if you get a protractor,
points
if you
to-
get a protractor out, right, you can measure
what's
the angle
A and
between
B
those two.
got to do with it?
Holy shit! If you get a protractor out,
Yeah.
and you stick like the little angle part of the protractor, or you like above A, right? You'll get a degree, right?
Vertical angles will be equal at the point of intersection.
Yeah. Yes, right?
Yeah. So what's
So
A
they'll
and
be
B
equal.
got to do with it?
I'm getting to that. So, say for instance, if you bust out your old water levels, right? And you measure, let me add like a couple more points here and I'll bring it back to you. I'll represent them with blue, right?
Right.
So
can I just point out, everybody? What you're listening to now is sophistry of somebody who has zero experience of LIGO and pretty much zero experience of geometry. Zero
I have quite a
of
bit of
water level.
Oh, no, I have quite a
practical
bit of
experience of any of this sort of stuff.
Oh no, I went to I've gone all the way up through DFQ, so I'm actually quite skilled with math, right? Not very hard to understand, but I'll simplify it as much as I can, right? So you have like your water levels, right? And you set them up kind of like this. So you have two different water levels on opposite ends of the pipe, right?
You'll have to post us a picture.
Kind of like that.
I don't know what you're drawing.
Represent a water level? Can you give us a zoom in? Let's have a look at it. Like I don't know.
Let me redraw them. Right, so you have like your water levels,
those
right?
Are upside down water levels. What is that?
Yeah. So I drew them upside down. I'll correct that. That way we're not like making any like misunderstandings, right?
Yeah, you don't want anybody misunderstanding how you draw a water level.
Yeah.
Do you?
I just don't like drawing under, like when I calculate out for different, like distance for these type of things.
Yeah.
Your water would piss out if you drew them upside down like that.
Yeah, your water would fall out, dude.
Yeah, so I'll draw them upside. I'll draw them like this, more
Almost
realistically.
As if you don't understand what a water level
No,
is.
I understand. It's just whenever I draw for like when I'm calculating different like distances, whenever I'm showing my work for geometry questions, I always make like the difference in distances above the line. It's a lot easier to work with, a lot easier to like show your work and have room to work, right? But I'll correct that. My mistake. Little oversight.
Right.
Thought we could work around it. Obviously not.
So what sort of geometry is this again then?
So here we go with this.
What's the name of this
hold on.
geometry?
Let me stay on my line of thought.
Is it a Euclidean geometry or is it a non-Euclidean?
With this right here?
Yeah, this stuff.
Well, you're just measuring differences in, or you're trying to verify. You're actually using the Euclidean proofs to show that the differences in like that these things should have the exact same like angles, like in comparison to each other.
The water
right?
levels.
You do realize that the water level you drew with one end higher than the other, like that, the water would piss out the other end.
Not necessarily.
Wow, not necessarily.
Nope.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, so if we go back here, I think I can post pictures now. It actually gives you enough clearance
This
for those type of
sophistry
things.
is amazing. Like you can't stop now, can you?
Yeah, so if you fill it up to like the black levels right there, you can have plenty of room to move it like not 6 inches, probably like a few inches of difference.
Like an art is amazing listening to him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you fill it exactly up to those black lines.
Yeah, if you just fill them up to those black lines,
you know
right?
they're elastic bands.
Yeah. You change them out depending on if you've put like a lot of water into it and you make them like the same height.
They come different.
They're just
colors.
a zero. Yeah, you can literally just they're literally just a 0 point that you can adjust based off the water level or the amount of water that's in there. All right. And so you stick them out. They're not going to pour. I mean, let's just try and use our imagination here. If you overfill them, of course they're going to
no, those of us here. We don't need to use our imagination. Most of us.
I heard like this.
We actually have proof of how it works.
Okay, no, so I heard this statement like, "Oh, if I have them like this, it's just going to pour out." Even though on here, there's clearly room where it can be unlevel and still not pour out. So I don't know if that was just
you've got them on an angle. One is lower than the other in your drawing.
Cool. Does this device right here not allow for differences in angles? If I were to fill up to like, if these things were, if one was higher than the other one, right? Would it necessarily spill out 100% of the time?
Would it ever be higher than the other one?
Yes.
How? How would you possibly allow for one of those water levels to be higher than the other one? How?
Simply by sticking one on one end of a pipe that is not flat and level, right? And the other one on the other end.
Would the water not adjust to
the water
find
would
its
adjust.
own level?
The water would adjust to find its own level.
Okay.
So I heard like
so the water would never be higher at one end than the other, would it?
Holy shit! I think you're misunderstanding what I'm trying to say
No,
here.
you just
He
said that the water
holy
would
shit.
be higher at one end
hold on.
than the other.
Yeah, like, I'm trying to fight the dumbass statement that the water is just going to splash out of here. Again, if you fill it up all the way, that might be the case. If you leave it some room to work with, it's not going to splash out. Now, is it?
If you put one end higher than the other, the water will equalize to find.
Is it going to splash out?
Level. It depends.
Is it going to splash?
How much of an angle you want to put it on.
You
You seem to have put it on a massive angle where the water would piss out of one end.
Dude, this is like 1 millimeter of difference here.
Which is 1 millimeter.
I mean, just in my drawing,
on
dude.
the
It's
black
like
line to the brown line. Because they must be tiny micro water levels.
Yeah, so
if that's 1 millimeter difference between the black line and the brown line, where's your 1 millimeter that you're talking about?
Even if this was like,
is it a
even
1
if this,
millimeter in between A and B, or 1 millimeter in between
let's just
each
say,
end of the water level?
Let's just say it's 10 meters worth of distance between A and B, right?
Where's 1 millimeter come from then?
Well, just from the drawing, dude. If I had something about this scale, like the difference in height from one end of like this water level to the other end on the B side, right? It's
B
like
side.
1 millimeter. Yeah. So you look at point B, right? You see how there's a water level on that end?
Yeah.
The difference between that point and the other point is like 1 meter, like 1 millimeter.
What between the one end?
I'll
where it's
relabel it. Don't
higher
worry,
and
I'm
lower?
already ahead of you. I gotta make it so.
This is brilliant. Fantastic. This is quality entertainment.
Yes, I know. I gotta make these things so like detailed for you guys, which is really sad.
Can you expand any on the water level angle?
Yeah. I'm doing that just for you. Don't worry.
Yeah, thank you.
So you have your two sets of water levels, right? You have water level A, and you have water level B, right? One's on one end, and the other one's measuring like the angle on the other end, right?
A water level angle.
Yeah, so you get your difference in Z with a known distance in Y, right? So you have your you have the hold on.
Z? Like I thought they're meant to be equal, aren't they? They find their own.
Holy. Yeah, so your water level is designed to show any distance in Z that is occurring, correct? Or am I incorrect?
It establishes a horizontal plane of reference from which you can measure.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. So you have your reference. So you set the like you said. Yeah, so you have your water levels. Yep. You zero it out, right? Any variation in that water, right, from the black point. Okay, cool.
No, you have to
hold on. No, you have to zero it out by moving that black little like rubber band to match the water level, correct?
No, the water does.
No.
The water does it all on its own.
Okay, I understand water. No, hold on. This is just showing.
You can put the little black band there. You could. You could get some sticky tape if you wanted to. You could get some masking tape and draw on it with a little crayon if you wanted to. But
cool.
The water would do what the water does.
Holy shit! I understand what the fuck water does. I don't know if you're just being blatantly stupid or you're just trying to irritate me.
We're just going over the basics. It's all right. Like try and keep everybody with us. So you've got like a brown line. Is that still flat Earth?
Yeah, the brown line's still flat Earth, still the flat ground, right?
Elevation.
Right. Yeah. Still the flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
So the black. So I'll take a look. I'll repost it again for you.
You've got a line, a black line, sticking both in and out of the ground. Right.
Yeah. So
it's partly
taking a look back at.
Does flat Earth
so
have a underground? Is it
So
like three-dimensional into the ground? It's just flat on top.
So take a look right here. You have like your water level, right? Which is the two sets of fucking water bottle looking things, right? And a tube connecting them, correct?
It's just a tube. Just think of it as a tube. You can have it just a tube. Don't get confused with the little things.
So if you move one higher than the other one, right? If you hold them right next to each other, right? And you have those rubber bands come down, correct? To match where that water level currently is, correct?
Don't get distracted by the rubber bands. Please.
No. We need these rubber bands to make measurements.
No, you're all right.
Yes.
You don't.
Yeah, we do.
You don't need rubber bands.
Yeah, we do.
No, you're all right. You can get away without him.
No, we need them. We need them to be precise, right? We can't just go off of memory. What if we misremember?
Misremember what? I don't think you understand the principle of what a water level is, which is
great.
I
think I do.
mean, I really like the idea.
No, I think I do. Right. So if I hold one higher than the,
Chief, I have to say your misunderstanding of water level is off the charts, man.
No, I'm not. Holy shit, I'm literally not. If you raise, say the one on the right, can you shut the fuck up while I talk?
You or anything.
Bro, relax, Chief. Squatting.
No, I'm just being trolled by Bev at this point, dude.
Hey, no. One second, Chief. Look, man.
No. Can I explain? No, just hush. All right, I'm getting irritated.
Go ahead.
All right. I'm getting irritated, right? So I have those black rubber bands setting my 0 point, right? As where the water currently is, right? Where the water level currently is in relation to the fucking tube, right?
Okay, look, just quit saying right.
Hold on.
Just go through your
calm
thing.
down a second.
Just
calm
go through it. Just go through it and quit saying right. Just go through your spiel and say over.
All right, so if I were to raise the one on the right up into the air, or higher than the other one, the water's not going to be at that black band anymore. Meaning that I can take the variances from the black line and where the water level is, and use that to calculate the change, like the difference in height from one end to the other one. Is about as much as I understand about it, correct? Or am I wrong?
Where do you start?
The people in the YouTube are really wondering what's going on here, right? A water level. We just have to go over it, right? Just to make sure that, because people in the YouTube chat are like wondering what's going on. So I have to say it again. It's just the water within the tube, right? That is what we call the water level. That does whatever it does of its own. It doesn't need bands or anything. The water level equalizes at an equal altitude, even altitude.
I could help you out, Chief. I've got one that I use. I paid a pretty good penny for it. It's got a reservoir. It's got a reservoir and a tube that goes to a measuring rod. Now, you could set that reservoir, say, like in the middle of the LIGO tube, and water is going to stay level. Now, that measuring rod has a staff on the bottom of it that goes to, say, the ground. Now, I could start from right at the reservoir, make my mark, and if I walk down and I have to go lower, then the water is going to be higher than the original mark on the measuring rod. It's the measuring rod that's measuring the change in the vertical.
That literally is what I've been saying. I understand that. That's what I'm fucking saying.
Wow, calm down.
You all about done playing here?
Trigger much, Mr. Dog?
So, Squatting Dog, if you're raising that, if you got your picture there,
yes,
and you're saying if you raise your one on the right,
yes,
let's say 2 inches, then that water level on the left will remain at that black rubber band.
No. If you raise it up 2 inches, you're going to have a variance of 1 inch on either side.
To the rubber band.
Yes, to the rubber band.
Right. So the
I
rubber
think if you
band's
would
not
have interrupted-
nothing. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
No, so the
basically,
rubber-
all you would be able to do is determine how much you raised the tube by an
Yes.
inch or whatever, but not the water level.
That's what that's what I'm trying to say. Like when I say the water level, I'm not talking about like the water's actual level. When I say water level, I'm talking about the tool, the water level.
Okay.
I guess
Well,
that's where
that seems a
confusion's
little
actually coming
different.
from.
Where your confusion is. You're trying to confuse people by
I'm
talking
literally
about
not.
something else than what we are talking about.
Am I talking about a water level or no?
Hang on, no. You've got
Is
communicating
this tool not caused a
vessels.
fucking water level?
It is, but look. If you start from one starting point, and you've got the same number on both sides, if you raise one side, it raises the entire water level. You're not. You can't measure the change when you raise it with the way you've got it set up. That water level, your starting point, whatever number, say 1 on both sides. If you raise one side, it raises. You've got a whole new horizontal that's parallel to the other line.
Yes, so you have a variance from your starting point, correct? If you raise one end, that
You
like
raise
the
the whole water level.
You raise the whole water level.
Yeah.
So if I raise
You got
one
a
end,
whole new.
so if I raise one end, would that water? If I raise the one on the right, would the water be below or above the black band?
If you raise
what's the
one
black band
end,
got to do with it?
Yeah.
It's our 0
would
point.
always equalize to itself. It would
I understand
always
that.
find its own level.
Holy
well,
shit.
don't get fixed on the brown band and
okay.
don't sound so condescending that it's as though we don't understand what you're
Okay.
talking about.
Hey Bev, I got a question for you then. Then what is the black band for? Can you answer that? Why do they even add it? Is it just fucking waste of plastic?
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I guess they're just fucking sending these little black markers for fuck all reason.
The water levels that I have don't have little black bands.
Okay, yeah, because you're supposed to actually record like what you start out with versus what you end up with when you get your measurement done,
You
right?
just use the water within the water level as your
Okay, so-
reference.
Obviously, you're not reading the fucking manual for this thing.
The manual for a water level.
Yeah, they actually go in training
Is
as
it
to how to use
longer
these.
than the manual for a plumb bob?
No, surprisingly not. Man, it's like 3 pages.
What, the water level manual?
Yeah, this thing right here comes with a little manual. It's 3 pages.
Have you?
And it distinctly
have
tells
you
you
got
right here
a
in the
water
fucking
level?
What? Yeah, it's somewhere fucking around my ranch. I can go look for it.
When was the last time you used it? How long is it?
Quite a while, like 4 years.
How long is it?
About like 10 feet.
We've got a competition. 10 feet?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. A little one. A little baby.
Yeah, the little one. Right.
We've got a competition. You know how long the longest one at the minute is?
So when I raise one end,
The longest two. Do you
the
know how
water
long the
is like if I were
longest
to,
two water levels we've got?
I don't care. Either way.
400 meters.
Okay, cool. So if I were to raise one end by 2 inches, the water level would be 2 inches, or it would be an inch below that black band on the right, and it would now be an inch above the left two, or like the left, like canister, I guess you can call it.
Canister.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it, like the water bottle looking thing.
Call it
The
end.
bottle.
Call it the water level
Yeah,
at the other end.
yeah. We can call it the end. It'll be on the left end. It'll be an inch above the black band. Because when you fill these things up, you're supposed to set that black band to be at where the water level is.
Is this an old school water level or the new school?
I don't know.
Curvature
These things
switch?
These things are pretty easy to use, though.
Do they get calibrated with the curvature switch or calibrated non-curvature switch? Old school water levels.
Yeah. So regardless,
They have to be calibrated to the length of them, you know.
Yeah. So you have the tubular.
the 10 meter one, the little farty one that you've got.
Yeah. So
doesn't need to be calibrated, but we had to. RC Micey told us. So we did.
Yeah.
400
calibrate 'em.
meters
Yeah, you-
calibrated water level. Yeah.
Yeah, you probably fill up the whole thing with water, right?
Distilled
Leaving
water.
some room for air.
We have to use distilled water for a 400 meter water level.
Yeah, because I imagine the temperature difference causes some modicum of
It's been
expansion.
calibrated for.
Should be in your manual.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
It was in the manual, page 8.
Yeah, so the black bands are literally used for your 0 point to use as reference when you're measuring the difference in height from one end to the other.
I didn't notice the black band bit in the manual. Can you just point us to it? Show us the.
I'm looking at this very one right here that I keep
manual.
posting. Yeah, the very one that I keep posting.
Okay, well, I know we've seen the black bands, but where's the manual? Where does it say how to use the black bands?
I can probably try and. Let me see if it's measured in here. Let me see if it's listed on here.
I'm curious about this black band being your reference mark.
Mm-hmm.
Like what do you mean the black band is your reference mark?
So when you get the water all filled up, all nice to your preference, and
Do
you have them right next to you.
expansion tank on that water level system? Or you've only got 10 meter, haven't you?
Yeah. So regardless, whenever you're dealing with these things, and you fill the water however high you want to make it, just like how when you're measuring changes in volume, right? You set your little marker. Remember back in school, you set your little marker to wherever the water line started out at, right? And you add your fucking thing, and then the water level changes, and you measure it from that, right, from your little ring that you had set up to wherever the water line is,
you
right?
Add the fucking thing. Is that a? Did I miss that? Was that a part of
Holy
the,
shit! I'm
that
bringing
in the
up
manual. I missed
Can
it.
you listen?
Can you be specific with the manual? Like, can you maybe read it word for word?
No, I can't find the manual. They don't have it listed for this one specifically.
So you're just kind of guessing? What it might
No,
say?
I can use my inductive reasoning from every other fucking tool. From every other tool.
You said you had a manual.
Yeah, for a lot of these things, they come with manuals, right? This
No,
specific
you
one.
said you had a manual.
Yeah, somewhere. For the one that I have in my garage.
I could use my inductive reasoning.
Garage? You said it was
Sounds
somewhere
it
on
too,
your
as well.
farm.
Yeah, back at my in the garage at my farm, right?
Are you on the computer right
You
now,
said
or phone?
somewhere on your farm.
Holy shit! I said it was at my farm.
No, you said somewhere on your farm.
On
Yeah,
his
if I
ranch,
had to
he
take
said.
Okay, regardless, right? Yeah, my cattle ranch.
Sure, you could
Right.
find one on the internet real quick, like
Yeah,
a manual.
yeah,
how
I'm
to
sure,
use a
but yeah,
water level.
I could, or I could just keep talking.
Well,
We can get back to
why
that
don't
here in
you
a
try
second.
that?
Because I'm on this, yeah, I'm on my line of thought right here, right? Yeah, so the reason why they add those black bands is so when you fill up the when you fill it up with water and you put them right next to each other, those little black bands are where the water is going to start out at, and then any change in the elevation between those 2 points is going to lead to a variance in respect to tubes, correct? Or am I wrong? If I were to raise one end of the tube, is the water going to be at the same spot in relation to the tube, or is it going to be in a different spot? This is for you, Mobius.
You're going to have a whole different horizontal.
Right, so the water, if I raise the one on the right, is the water going to
It'd
be
be
below
much better
or
if you actually go and get your water level and perform these little tests for yourself.
Yeah, no,
Right?
I know.
You're trying to explain to
Oh.
somebody who hasn't got a clue about what he's talking about, and
Yeah,
he's just
I
leading you
played
up the
it-
garden path, aren't you? Because it's obvious to everyone that you haven't got a clue what you're talking about.
Oh no, I got some extra tubing over here. Let me go into the attic. Really fucking easy to work with.
Hey,
I can't believe it's
yeah.
actually
See-
this hard to fucking understand.
If you're going to try to measure an elevation change with the water level, you have to the water level has to remain the same.
The
So you
water
have to
level,
have a reservoir
the
on
tool?
one end and a oh my god. If you want to measure elevation change with a water level, you have to have a reservoir on one side and a reference point on the other tube.
That's what this thing has. It has two little reservoirs. And like, from what you're trying to explain, I mean, from what I kind of see from this is, if I were to raise like the tube on the right 2 inches, then the water level will, like, the water will keep its level, right? The tool of the water level, well, if you, like the one on the right will go up by 2 inches, right? Meaning that the water variance will now be 1 inch on either side.
Okay.
It'll be 1 inch lower on the one on the right, and 1 inch higher from where it started out as the one on the left. Or am I wrong?
Hey, Chief, let me.
Wow,
sorry,
dude.
I
Wait a
was
minute. Just a minute. Chief,
losing, like, really
you
bad.
are a genius.
Mm-hmm.
It's glad that we should have had you on our team. But once it changes, they would both be level.
The water would be level.
Thank you. That's all we need to know. Now we can move on. Please go ahead, Mobius.
Nailed it.
Oh, I was just getting back. I was having like really bad internet reception, so I didn't hear.
He's spotting dog.
a lot
How are
of
you
that.
like handling talking to these people? They're like insane.
Oh, I know they're either trolling me or they're like something
Alright,
else.
It's time for you guys to go on mute. You're not gonna attack us like that and just get away with it.
All right, but cool. But
Don't mute him. He was, he's trying to help. He's trying to explain things, and you're trying to find all these pedantic reasons why you're not going to understand.
He cut in, Xanax, to say that,
I didn't
and you're
cut
going to
it.
defend that? No, he did. The guy you're defending. Hello?
We're talking about,
Burps.
I can't remember his name. Squatting Dog?
What's up?
I didn't cut in to defend Squatting Dog. I don't think he needs defending. He's doing a great job.
The guy, never mind.
You're talking about red tape, dude. Like, come on.
That's me over here.
Yeah. Well, like I was trying to say, is if you spread these things out by 10 feet, like in my little picture I'll post here again, at water levels A and water levels B, the tools are not. Oh shit! I gotta get the new thing on my clipboard. If you take 2 pairs of those and you put them on a blue point A and blue point B on a flat Earth, if like Earth is perfectly flat and level, right? We have A1 and A2 with the color blue, right? Representing the left and the right side of the water level tool. They should have the same variance as B1 and B2, correct?
What do you mean the same variance? Those are 2 different water levels.
Okay, if you set them equal to each other, or no, not even that. They should have the same variance, regardless of if they're 2 different water levels.
I mean, if it's on a straight line, it should have.
Yeah, if
the
it's
same
on a
variance.
straight line, just like they're posted, they should have the same variance, correct?
Variance from what?
Yeah.
If I
Robot
fill up
mode.
the if I fill up the water
I'm trying to follow
in
along.
those, if I fill up the water in the like all the way up until both the reservoirs are at their 0 point, right? Because on these ones they have 0, like, and then it goes up to like 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters, and then below that it's -1 millimeter, -2 millimeters, right? If I fill it up at its 0 points on both of them, right? Hold them up, they're perfectly level with each other, and both the water lines are at 0, right? If I were to have it at water level A, right, or the tool A, it should have the same variance. Let's just say 1 inch, like 1 inch of variance on either one.
Whoa, come
Then on the
dude.
one, then on the
How
one
would-
on the
How would you
then the
have
other.
1 inch of variance?
It's pretty obvious. You haven't got a clue. You're talking about variance and 0 points. And it's a water level. Don't huff and puff, man. This is the simplest thing for anybody to explain. You're trying to explain something to us about something that we obviously know much more about than you.
Obviously fucking not.
What do you mean, dude?
Yeah, because I'm bringing up fucking variants, and you guys are fucking like having a brain aneurysm.
You're a joke. Somebody's already come down to tell you to pull off. Go, get out of here. Like you've been told. You're making yourself look bad.
No, you're just making yourself look bad, dude. Like you're laughing, and I'm perfectly right.
No.
So
yeah,
you say you're right? So the water level at A, right?
A
is going to be a straight line from the water is going to be straight
Holy
from
shit.
one.
I'll draw out something else
water
for
level
you.
to the other water. Can I finish the sentence before you interrupt?
He's got to try and be condescending.
You a question. I'm trying to clarify what your position is. I'll wait for you to give me the go ahead and to speak.
No, I'm quiet. That's why I'm not saying anything.
Okay. Well, I asked you if I could finish my sentence, and you just didn't say anything, so I didn't know if you were just waiting for your turn to talk.
Because he was muted.
So the water level at A, the water level in both ends of the tube is going to be this straight line, right? Or are you saying that that's going to be not a straight line?
No, it's going to be a straight line.
Okay. And then the water level at B is also going to be a straight line?
Yeah, so, the water itself will show a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
The tool, the water level tool is going to show a variance, correct?
Well, if you have one end up and one end down, then they're not going to be the same read. That's
Thank you.
The reason why you're using the water. The reason why you're using the water is because the water will be a straight line horizontally. The water level tool, the different measurements on the ends of that thing, those are going to be different unless they're even with the water.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't think that you've ever.
This is what I'm trying to represent right here.
Sorry, I was in the middle of a sentence again. I don't think that you've ever used a water level practically. Either that or you have and just misunderstand the concept.
A high school dropout can use one of these things.
This drawing you've just put out there.
Ways.
Yeah.
Right, it's going to explain everything. Mobius, do you want to take that and have a look at it? I can see it straight away.
Yeah.
What's the...
Okay. Do you realize on a water level short like that, when you bring one side down, it's not the same line anymore?
Yes, it's no longer going to be at that black line you started at.
No. The water level, it's let's say on that white background, you made a mark on that white background. What do you think's going to happen when you lower that right side?
When you lower the right side?
Okay, the white
the left side
background,
goes
right?
down. Yes.
Wait,
you got it.
No, I didn't ask you, Xanax. On the white background, if you make a mark right beside the water level on either side, not on the water level, on the white background. Okay, are we there?
Yeah.
You make a mark where the water level is. If you lower that right side, where is that water going to be in reference to the line we made on the wall?
If I lower the right one back down, it's going to be back at the black point. The water is also going to drop in the left one until it meets the black point as well.
Don't think you understand what the black bits are for.
I think I do. The black bits show your starting point with where the water is in reference to the tool.
Where the water
you obviously don't know.
I just check the live chat.
Thank you. All right. Now, if you lower
black lines
in reference to the red line, squatting dog. In reference to the red line, when you lower the right water, when you lower the right water level, say an inch down, where is the water going to be in reference to the red line now that I've lowered the right side?
If you lower the right side, it should be about half an inch. I think.
If you lower the right side an inch.
Oh no, it would be it should maintain the
same
level.
Let him answer, Mobius.
Sorry.
If you lower the right one, the water level is going to drop.
What?
Yeah, if you lower the one on the right, it's going to be below the red line.
Okay.
What is? The water?
The new water level.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But when it evens out, it would be parallel to the other
Exactly.
one, wouldn't it? But in a different
Yes,
place.
yes, it's going to be parallel to the other black line. I mean, if you
To
look
the red
like
line.
Talking about the freaking black line. I'm talking about the red line. It's referenced to.
Yeah, if you lower the fucking reservoir on the right, the whole thing is going to be below the red line.
Okay. So, do you think you want to take a mulligan and try again with the diagram you drew?
No.
Oh, okay.
Right, I could try and explain how you use the black line if you want.
No, I understand completely.
Right, well, I'm going to try and explain it for everybody else then, right?
You know what I'd like to hear you
They
explain it,
might not understand unless you want to go first, and then I can go and explain afterwards.
Sure, I'll let you have a crack at it.
Okay, right, well, I will presume then, if you interrupt at any time you want to take over, and then when you do interrupt, you can then take over and finish off with your way of using them, right?
Sure.
Okay, right. So let's say we've got, we want a level of a floor in one building transposed through a couple of different rooms into another. I mean, it all needs to be the same level. So what you do is you set your tool up, and you would set your tool up in one room, and then you go to the other room. Now, you need something to reference to. So what you do is you reference that mark on the water level on the tube, right? But the tube also has different measurements from that distance, right? So you can also put that on the other tube. Now, it depends where you move your other tube up and down, but you want to hold it and keep it dead steady so it can equalize and be good. And so then you move the little black thing to the water level. Now, because that's your reference mark then, you need to know if you need to move down 4 mils from it, or 3 mils, or maybe 15 mils, maybe 30 mils. It depends how far. But you can use the band on the other one to reference and move down 30 mil or whatever, right? The same amount on each, because you can't guarantee that they will both read 0. So those little bands are just a 0 mark for the water level, for you to then use the water level as the reference at both ends.
That's literally what I've been saying.
I thought it would be. It's a good job we're on the same page.
Yeah. So
you could use sticky tape, you could use masking tape, you could use a little bit of crayon in order to do that. But all you're doing is referencing the level of the water.
So how is that any different from what I've been saying for the past 45 minutes now?
I don't know why you've been saying it for the last 45 minutes. Like, we know that you use a water level to establish a horizontal plane. It seemed at the beginning that you said something about making a triangle with 2 points. You then went on to one that was being lower than the other, but now we've come off that again as well, because they're both even, and we know that that's what's establishing the mark.
No,
right?
So the water itself is even. The tools, like the ends of the tools, are not even.
No. See, this is where you're getting mixed up. I wanted to come in a bit earlier because I heard this earlier. The tool is the water level. It is the container for the water, right? So the water is the tool called a water level, right? The container for the water is also the water level, because the water level wouldn't be any good without a container for the water. It'd just be a puddle on the floor.
No, so the tube is your measuring device to measure variance in
just FYI. Sorry.
Yeah, is to measure the variance.
No, you can just put a mark where the water level is on anything and use that as the reference.
Sure.
Right. So the tool has got nothing to do with it. The measurements that are taken from the water level are taken by any other means. You can incorporate it into your tool if you want, into the end pieces or not. It's up to you, but you're using the water level.
You can have a glass of water and it would mean fuck all difference unless you actually have a way of like measuring, right? That's what this tool that the water sits in allows you to do with the water, right? If I were to raise the fucking thing up 2 inches, it's going to give me 1 inch of variance from my starting point for the water on each side, correct?
Wow, you keep saying that as though like you're making a point. We've just made that point already.
Okay, so I don't know why we're arguing this.
You can mark the water level, then you can move the water level and mark the water level yet again.
Okay.
And see the difference that you've moved the water level.
So there's literally been no purpose in us arguing then.
The point is that it establishes a level. And it's amazing that you keep straying away from that.
I'm not trying to say that I'm not trying to say that the water in one part of the tube is going to be higher than the water in the other part of the tube.
Good. So if we put one in the middle as well, then all three would be in a straight line, wouldn't they? All lie on the same horizontal plane. And we could use that principle to show that you could have a shared straight line segment that can continue in a straight line for a long way.
Would the tubes inherently, like the ends of the tubes inherently be flat and level? Or in my diagram, the water itself could be level, right?
You started from an assumption, and you drew a tube that was sloped. Now, in the diagrams for aligning the tubes, they put a coincidence bubble level on it. So you screwed up from the get-go.
No, not in the slightest. So,
I'm sorry.
If you take your tool, like the one I keep on posting from the shop, or like the one that I drew, and you stick it up to a pipe that has an angle to it, right?
An angled pipe.
Yeah, an angled pipe. Say it
Can
goes
you
up.
buy those in the shop?
No, say like a pipe is jarring out of the ground and it's going up into the air at an angle that you want to.
Like that.
Yeah, like my black line, right? Yeah. And you want to measure. And you want to measure what the angle is, correct?
You are literally showing something unlevel as opposed to level.
Holy shit! Yeah, the ground,
wow,
the brown
sophistry is unreal, dude.
Say
that again, like you're the one that's the boss, right?
Maybe we should go back to something that's already straight. What if we just went back to something that's already straight? That way you can see the deviations from level. Wouldn't that be easier?
What I'm trying to show here, and it's getting really frustrating, is I understand the water. If you look at A, right, the water in the ends of the pipe is not going to be higher than the other end. What I am going to be saying is that your measuring device, like the little container for the water, is going to be higher on one end than on the other.
That's an assumption that you put you put a water level that's level up against something that's unlevel, and it's going to show a deviation.
Yes.
Okay. You showed how to show that something's unlevel.
Okay.
To something that's level.
Cool. So if we have
right.
I did what took you an hour. It took me like
I've literally been trying to explain this to you, and you keep on saying no, and we're still at the agreement,
dude, please
even though I haven't changed my point in the slightest.
You've been trying to explain it to us.
I have literally been saying that I've been trying to explain this, right?
Yeah, but obviously
we've literally been arguing that
we're incapable of doing that.
Yeah, we've literally been arguing this same point
with the knowledge and experience of these.
You don't have we've been arguing the exact same fucking thing, and it's baffling to me that you guys are obviously just arguing.
It's amazing to me that you don't know what a water level is yet.
I understand what water level is, right? The tool of water level is not. I mean, the water is measuring water's level, right? Water stays level. The tool is called a water level, correct?
Correct. Yeah,
Right.
there are tools called water levels.
You're
Sure.
almost
Everybody
there.
else? Anybody else for us? Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Almost got him there.
Right.
So when you're
Yep.
taking a look
Water
at the variance,
levels are tools. Wait a minute. Let's
Yeah,
just
so
make
if you're
sure
taking a-
there's
yeah.
nobody checking. Nobody.
Yeah, so
Nobody
this
saying
little
that
device
there
right
isn't
here.
tools called water levels.
I'm looking at one right now
Yep.
that's 50 meters long or 50 foot long that I use to measure elevation change.
So take a look at this thing right here. This is called a water level, correct?
Correct.
The little thing I just posted.
Yeah, that's two
can
ends
this-
of a water level, right?
Yeah, so
That's not actually a water level because, as you can see, it's not joined up. They're
there's no
two
water in it.
completely separate tubes with tubes. That isn't actually a water level, is it?
Bev, are you kidding me?
No,
Yeah.
are you kidding
there's
me?
no water.
It is a water
You
level.
do
yeah.
realise that is not a water level.
I've never seen
Do you
someone more
even know what a
confused. Yes,
water
it is a
level
water
is?
level.
Dude, do you not know what a water level is?
That
It
uses
looks like
water
a-
to determine
It looks
depth.
like
Listen.
it looks like two gerbil feet. Oh, there you go. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. Look at
Yeah,
that.
so I
Where's the
realized
water?
that they cut like don't worry
Oh,
about the
because you
water,
couldn't
right?
figure out there was
Little
pipes
ones.
attached to it. Is that a problem? Come on.
Get them a bit bigger.
No, so say for instance we have this thing, right? If I were to raise
Let's say, for
one end
instance,
of that,
we've got the 100 or the 400 meter water level.
okay, I don't care about like those ones, right? We're taking like a look at my little simple. How
Just
long
go
is
with
this
your
one?
little piddlers.
10
Yeah,
meters,
yeah. Go
right?
on,
Yeah.
your little-
Well, so if I were to raise one end of this thing up, is it still stationary and flat?
What if you're
Raise
moving
I mean,
it?
it's still like
Are you
if
still
it's still
moving
like-
it up?
Yeah, no. If you take one end and you raise it up
Yeah.
4 inches, is it still like level and flat?
Are you still in the procedure of moving it up 4 inches?
No,
It
no.
looks like it's laying on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay. I've seen we've hit this little level. I guess you guys have just been trolling me like the past hour now.
Absolutely, yeah. Like we're the ones that don't seem to know what a water level is. You've come up with a couple of pictures, right? You can't even find the one that you've got on your ranch. You've lost
You're
it.
right.
It's been
I
that
go
long
there, like-
since you ever used your water
Right.
level.
It's been 3 years since I've had the house built on my ranch. You're
Even
right.
used it as an angular measuring device, as claimed at the
Yeah.
beginning.
Yeah, you can use it to measure angles.
Of course you can.
Yep.
Yep. Because it's definitely an angular measuring device.
No, you get the variance, which you then use
variance,
simple
yeah.
geometry.
And
Yep.
yeah, simple geometry.
Yep. Simple
Do you
geometry.
understand it?
Yes, I understand geometry.
Really?
I understand that if you have a known distance between 2 points, as well as like
Distance geometry, or do you know normal geometry? Or
No,
the
this-
new normal geometry?
yeah, this would just be simple like Euclidean geometry.
Whoa, new normal Euclidean or old Euclidean?
Yeah, this would just be Euclidean geometry in reference to a hypotenuse and angle or side A, side B, and then hypotenuse.
A squared.
And then you
A squared.
yeah, A
plus
squared
C
plus
squared
B
equals
no
D
A
squared.
no A squared plus B squared equals C squared. And then you can also throw in some sine and cosine and
You
tangent
copying
depending on
Pythagoras. You can't be
Yeah,
having
yeah.
that. That doesn't work.
yeah. Yeah, you get
need
Pythagoras.
you need straight lines for those triangles, though.
Yeah, so if you have a straight pipe,
180 degrees, two right angles.
well, if you have two right angles, you can't really make a triangle now, can you?
A triangle does have two right angles, though. The sum of angles equaling two right angles, right?
Definitely adds up to that, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the three angles definitely add up to 180, but you can't really have two right
He
angles.
said
The
two
sum of
angles.
The sum of
He
two
said two
right
angles add up to 190 to 90.
Yeah. Two,
No, I said
Did
did I
sum
say
of
one?
two
Did
right
I say
angles.
90 or 180?
He said two angles add up to 80 to 90. You said three.
Two angles add up to 90.
I
He
may
said
have.
that, or you said that. I think he said it, didn't he?
I think I might be getting confused with all this going on. Either
You
way, you
can't
have.
have
think
two.
it
You
was
can't
him.
have two.
He said it,
You can't
that
have.
wasn't-
You can't have two 20-degree angles.
You can't have two
20-degree
20-degree angles.
No, hold on.
Hold on,
What
no,
I'm
he
trying to-
said-
Isosceles. Yes, you can.
Yes. So hold
Yes,
on. What I'm trying to say is
He
you
said
cannot
that, though,
have
didn't he?
two. I said
Are
you
you
can't
sure?
have two.
Oh, he said that. Or you
Can
said
you
it.
shut up for a second?
He can't. Shut up.
Danik, please shut up for 1 second.
No, I'm talking about you.
Yes.
Danik. So if you can't really have two right angles.
Wait a minute, do
make
I
up
have
a
or I
triangle,
can't have? Which one is
unless
it?
you have like a 3D like
do I
shape.
have it or do you have it?
Have what?
Whatever it is that you just said we had or may not have. Whether you do or you don't have it.
I didn't say you had or didn't have anything.
No, not even an angle.
Oh yeah, so going back to this thing. The variance you get with A, you should also be getting for B, correct?
The variances that you get for A.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you said that we can have or not have?
Yeah, so going back to this thing right here.
Again, the new thing.
Yeah, so this thing right here.
Same thing.
If the distance between A1 and A2 is the same between B1 and B2, should the variance...
If A1 and A2 equal B1 and B2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the distance between A1 and... Yeah, so the distance between A1 and A2 should be...
Equal.
Should be the...
Bev, you're trolling really hard, man.
I'm
You
just
are
trying to
trolling so
formulate...
hard.
It sounds like we're doing some logic here.
He's trolling so hard. Bev,
Yeah, I
come
know
on,
he's
man.
trolling.
You gotta break.
If A1... The distance
this is
A1
like what
equals
this is why you
between
can't.
B1
This
and
is
B2.
why you can't actually have a conversation with Bev, which is like I've experienced a lot of this from fucking like 24/7.
Look, man, you
24/7. Wait a minute, that's old school. You cannot have held such a grudge since then.
Oh no, you were the one that banned me from there for saying that.
I've never banned anyone from 24/7, dude.
Oh, it must have been another nut job with the name of Bev then.
I would think so, yeah. Come on. Wait, how long ago do you think it was?
Oh, probably like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
2 or 3.
Come on. And what was it the ban for? Who were you back then?
For having the audacity to say that SpaceX was not completely funded by NASA.
Nah, I wouldn't.
And somehow that constituted somehow that was constituting trolling.
Definitely got that answer wrong. It's not me.
What name were you under then? That might have been me.
No, it wasn't you. It was some dude with a foreign accent.
You know? What name? Well, I use voice changers. What name were you under?
This one right here, Chief Squatting Dog.
2 years ago at 24/7.
Yeah. Something like that.
Wow.
Maybe a year ago.
I might have it.
At the very most.
A year ago.
Or the very least, I should say. Mm-hmm. No, but what I'm trying to explain is...
Are you trying to explain that you think I might have banned you? Well, the grudge that you hold and have held for over a year or maybe even 2 years, I mean, who knows,
but
is unjustified, right? Because I didn't ban you.
No, what I'm trying to get at
I love trolls because I love talking to them. It's great.
Okay, no, but what I'm trying to get at is the angle that you would calculate for what you get at A should be the same angle that you get for B. Yes, you can calculate an angle.
Uh-huh.
With the water level.
With what?
On a slope.
Yeah, with the water level.
With a water level, you can you get the variance for Y or for the Z axis, right?
And you know the diagram is all kinds of fucked up, man.
How's it fucked up?
Do rise over run?
No, so no, hold on.
I'm not trying to get a slope here.
No, I understand. No, so you know that. Okay. So hold on.
If your aim was to confuse people, you have totally succeeded.
You know the distance between A1 and B2
it's not
or
going
A2,
to
right?
confuse anyone in here, like really, is he? I mean, this is a comedy routine. It's like,
hold on.
Thanks for coming.
So hold on, Buster. Just follow along right here. Maybe we can.
I'm not following along with your horse shit because you're starting off with a terrible premise. You've drawn water levels on an angle. And then you're trying to show a variance of an angle that you say is something else, and then then you've got a horizontal line at the bottom. You're all sorts. You should literally just walk away and talk about something else.
So you know the distance between A1 and A2, correct?
I'm not.
We don't know. You're making it up.
Okay, so say
Ask
you
us
fucking.
if it's correct or not. You're making this
Holy
shit
shit.
up. How do we know?
Okay, so you get a fucking tape measure, and you go from A1 to A2.
Well,
You following
you're
along?
doing that for us, right? You're going to give us the
Holy
numbers,
shit.
surely, at some point.
You know,
Don't act like we're
honestly-
stupid for not
Wait,
being
wait, wait,
able
wait.
to know that.
Was the ground like your premise was that brown line? The ground was like perfectly horizontal, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Why don't you just freaking measure from that up to the slope, ding dong?
Can the guy get through his
You can.
demonstration first without you guys cutting
Because-
him off every 2 seconds?
Oh yeah, let's let him go at it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I mean, you could do that, but it's kind of difficult in the situation with LIGO when you have hills and shit, right?
But what if you don't have a tape measure, Buster, and you only have 2 short water levels? Okay.
He was the one with the premise and drew the diagram that the brown line was a perfectly flat line. Now you're saying it's difficult to measure from.
Okay, no, hold on. You could do it that way. You hold on. You damn sure could.
This is your diagram.
Hold on. So hold on.
Good
You
God.
hold on.
Flat
So,
tire can
can
go
you
to the
like?
hardware store.
I swear Buster's trolling as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Bro,
Couldn't-
this past
couldn't
like
be
hour and a
you
half,
guys, could it?
They've been taking the piss, and you've been taking the bait.
Yeah, I have autism, dude, so it's kind of like hard to keep up with.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Nice.
guys should feel bad.
You shouldn't
You've
be.
been picking on
You
retards.
shouldn't come round here trying to explain water levels to people.
No, I'm not
Zero
trying to explain the water
experience.
levels, right? I thought that they were pretty like easy to understand.
Uh-huh.
It seems
They
like
are.
you don't.
You were trying
No,
to
no.
explain the angular measuring device that is within
Yeah,
a
just-
water
no.
level. You can calculate
Yeah,
angles.
you get a variance in height, which then you
Different
can use
method.
to calculate out the angles.
It's just a different method. You just get, you just hang them
Yeah,
on
you
the
just-
pole. It's different. It's just a different way to use them.
yes.
Really? What are they
Yeah.
used for in that manner?
Hello, if you want
Is that in the manual?
You
Okay,
could,
we've
yeah.
lost
So
the
you could
manual.
literally use them in this
Page
method
9, I think.
to determine the difference in elevation from one end to the other.
You're the one that drew the brown line as being perfectly horizontal and flat. You could.
I mean, yeah,
just measure
you
it.
could do that. You're right, Buster. You could just measure from like that to that, right? At the end of the day, right? If you want to go out to LIGO, I'm explaining how LIGO can either make or break the flat Earth, right?
So that slope line was the. Oh, sorry.
I say what you're explaining is that the reason why nobody can actually come and talk to us. You have to send in people with no clue, complete sophistry.
Dude,
That's all
again,
you've got.
so this thing right here could either
You
make or
even
break the
admit
flat
you
Earth.
don't know anything about it.
Oh, what do you mean? I know a whole lot. It is like, again, the fucking like the water level is a tool a high school dropout could use. All right,
Wow.
not very hard to
You're-
understand.
Hey, your logic was fucked up from the start because
Not really.
You drew LIGO on a slope and you said you're assuming a flat ground, so it's sloped.
Sticking in and out of the ground, you said.
So your
No,
premise
because-
is all kind of
No, because
up.
LIGO, they even said in the construction of LIGO that one end is more elevated than the other one. So I don't know how that's fucked up.
Who said that?
It's literally in their blueprints.
Right.
You said it went underground.
Yeah.
Yeah, it even goes like into like the hill that it's built through.
The hill. It's in Louisiana, right? Above the floodplain.
Yes, you still have like elevated ground, right? Like you can even see in the picture where it goes under the ground.
The building.
It runs under the building. I don't know what you're on about.
Yeah, they
The
put
hill,
a roof over
the
the
hill
top of
in
it.
Livingston, where I live, Livingston Parish.
Hill.
Yeah, so right here. They had to build it above the floodplain somehow, so they fucking packed a bunch of dirt down, right? Right here. You can clearly see how it runs under the building.
Under the roof.
No, under
the building.
under the floor. Even in this one right here, it runs under the floor.
Why would they run the tube under the floor?
Because
That's not just trees around it.
no, so even in this one, it goes under the building, and like
Yeah,
with
they
this
put
the
a
image.
building over the top of it. They put a roof over the top of all of
Yes,
the bits
because if
where
you
all
try-
of this
yeah,
stuff happens.
Is that in
Or
the
else you-
blueprints?
Yes.
They run the tube under the building?
Yes.
Interesting.
Because why would you have a tube running right through the middle of your fucking building? It'd be very hard to
I don't
maneuver
know,
to the
maybe
other end.
because the instruments are in the building? I don't know. I'm just wild
It's
guess.
not underground. It's not underground, dude.
Clearly it is. Clearly it's under the building in this picture.
Down now.
Do you know the
He's been
purpose of
flocked
LIGO?
in.
Do you know the purpose of LIGO? Like what they say that it does?
Yeah, it can detect gravitational waves.
Do you know how it does that?
Was it variances in like the light?
No.
Yeah, the lasers, right? It causes a variance, like the
How does it cause a variance in the lasers?
Wait, are they shooting the lasers from under the ground?
Wait, hold on, Buster. I'm sorry. Let me just let him walk through this.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know the whole science to it. I know that it is designed to detect waves, and it operates similar to how a ring laser gyroscope operates.
So you read like the cover page or something? I'm asking you if you're familiar, and you can say no. I'm asking if you're familiar with like how like the method that they use to measure these supposed gravity waves, these variances in the light or whatever.
I mean, I'm slightly familiar. I know that they have mirrors in there that they also use to like bounce back and whatnot.
So do you know the sensitivity? Do you know like why there's even that word involved in the whole process?
Why?
Well, it's got to be so sensitive that it can measure a gravity wave from hundreds of light years away.
No, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, imagine how isolated something has to be in order to be that sensitive. How are you going to isolate it if it's underground?
I mean, how can you isolate it if it's surrounded by concrete and metal?
Well, it's on actuators and stuff, and it's on like basically suspended. The mirrors are suspended on a 4-pendular system called the quad. And it uses silica fibers to reduce the noise so that they can increase the sensitivity of this thing to like a crazy amount.
So they have it under the building here.
It's encased, but it's not underground. I'm just letting you know.
Under the roof of the building.
Well, from the image from the outside, it looks like it's running like through the floor.
Well, can we all agree that it's definitely under the roof?
Yeah, we can agree it's under the roof.
There you go. That'll do, because that'll save you any embarrassment from later on, right? Just instead of saying under the floor, say just under the roof. And
sure.
Yeah.
We can all get along nice and happy with that.
Because it's definitely not under the floor, dude. I'm just letting you know. I'm trying to help you out.
Ground lasers. It's coming from the ground. Down the tube.
So, let's see. Oops.
I can give you whatever documents you need. By the way,
for the construction and everything, right?
Yeah.
All of the plans and all of that sort of stuff. Mobius has looked over it. If you'd have watched the video that he did earlier, you'd have had an idea. Some of the sort of stuff he's been looking over, which has been quite.
So from what I read, there's a difference in elevation.
Of course you're going to read that, but what does that mean?
So
cool.
It means that we now have some grounds to stand on for measuring.
So do you know how they derived those measurements?
Derive the measurements?
Yeah.
No.
Well, you might want to look into that if you're going to talk about it and say that it's actual measurements.
The 84 data that talks about the geoid as well as the ellipsoid and all the factors that narrow down what that position is, right?
How many different models have
you should check the
WSG84 takes into account the satellite data, which would actually give you the plumb line variance. So it would give you the geoid shape. But it also takes into account
plumb line variance.
Yeah,
What's that?
it has a vertical, the gravitational element.
Did you say
to
WSG?
data. WSG, yeah.
Okay.
I mean
WGS, sorry.
No,
WGS.
WSG. No wonder it has the plumb line variance on it. I can't find
I'm
it.
telling you, Zanik, you need to slow down your
by
talking
definition, you can
because
look it up.
just speak
The
all the
definition
time,
is
dude.
is that it takes into
Calm
account the
down.
ellipsoid and the geoid information.
Calm down, slow down.
Right?
Yeah, please.
The orthographic information is inputted in there,
It's
correct?
all right. It's all right,
Okay.
Zanik. It's all okay.
I'm just asking whether you want to agree to that or not. Yes or no?
Calm down. Breathe.
I'm breathing. Yes or no? Does it take into account the geodetic or the orthographic information as well as the satellite data?
A straight line.
The orthographic?
Why do you say things it's like Tourette syndrome? Straight line. What does that mean? What do you mean straight line?
Before this gets too far, can I ask Zanik something? Zanik, when you were at LIGO, were the pipes under the ground?
Catch me. I was never at LIGO. I caught you that time. Normally, I would probably miss that and respond to you.
Are the pipes under the ground?
I've never been to LIGO.
Yeah, but in your research, do you think the pipes are under the ground or above the ground?
Pipes.
Oh my God.
Wow.
We're talking about LIGO.
Here we go.
Pipes?
That's not as you mean to go on, eh?
Laser tubes.
Mm-hmm.
Mean the structure that encapsulated the LIGO tube?
He means the plumbing for the toilets.
That's what I thought he was talking about. Thank you.
Water lines. Supply lines.
Is there water supply lines pumped into the LIGO facility?
Oh, if they got to use a bathroom or go take a shit, I'd say they probably do.
You think there are bathrooms along the length of the LIGO?
Maybe they have portaloos. Maybe they just have portaloos outside.
Yeah,
you're making a lot of assumptions there. I think you probably should formulate that question correctly and informatively.
Tubes in the ground, water line tubes at the building. Maybe. I mean, I'm sure they got to use a restroom or maybe get a cup of water.
So the endpoints where they intersect are actually underground, from what I'm reading and taking a look at. There's actually a basement level to that building where they intersect at.
A what?
Similar to what happens at Slack too, by the way.
So you can see the tubes over the ground, but somewhere in that building.
That's just the covering. That's just the structure over it. That's not the actual tubes.
Oh,
wow. Wait a minute. I want to see that picture.
Have you
Squad
done,
dog, please.
How much research have you done on this, Zanik?
As much as you have.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave it up to Mobius because Mobius has definitely done.
He knows.
Oh, wait a minute. That was the extra dirt maybe Blue was talking about they moved. They filled it over, maybe.
Like
the extra dirt. They had moved to maybe they pushed it over.
They didn't want to move that extra dirt. I think
they got it. All they have to do is dig it.
I got it backwards.
4 feet. It's only 4 feet deeper on the axis point. I mean, theoretically, right? You just build that, like you said, it's in a basement, 4 feet deep.
Not a tangent. So not a tangent.
What do you mean not a tangent? What do you mean not a tangent?
Well, that's not touching the surface. That's under the surface.
And 4 foot.
Well, yeah, the tangent. Oh, tangent doesn't mean it has to touch anything. Tangent just means there's a point.
Say it again.
Stop it. Tangent just means there's a point that's closest to a spherical.
You're redefining shit now.
Well, yeah, the tangent doesn't have to touch it. You can have something in tangent that's not touching something.
Tangent literally means
to
touch.
Be the closest.
I have to come back.
If I have a line that goes by a sphere, if it's
everybody needs to stop, please.
If I have a line,
can I jump in here?
If I have a laser that goes by a basketball, can I talk?
Please.
Can I talk, please?
No, I have to come in off of YouTube because between the two of you, Zanik and Chief Squatting Dog, you've been here all day. Have you taken the 20 minutes to watch the fucking video yet?
Yes, I watched it with you. So don't fucking.
You didn't watch it with me. No, you didn't watch the video in the beginning.
I was on it live
and
today.
Chief Squatting Dog.
I was on it live.
Yeah, you came in at the end of the video.
Question, yes.
Yeah, thanks. Good job, Zanik. And Chief Squatting Dog, watch the video first.
I don't care to.
Argue from ignorance, eh? It's always the best.
Even
way
Zanik, even Anik said Mobius put information he'd never seen before in that video. So, I mean...
Well, I think all of us have not studied LIGO before. If you be honest with yourself, no one studied it. I know how it's made. I know what it does. I know it relates to Slack, and I know how Slack was built. But I haven't done much research on LIGO. So what? Instead of these 20-meter segments, which look a lot longer than that, Slack has 20-foot segments that are made in copper, highly machined copper tubing.
Yeah, and they stuck a coincidence bubble level on them to
No,
line
I
them
don't
up.
think they did. They just bolted them together.
LIGO, stop swapping it, Zanik. We're talking about LIGO.
I know, but someone else jumped in and said, "Oh yeah, they used a coincidence." He learned a coincidence level like yesterday. Now it's still.
And then
like,
you said, "I
now
think."
it's like his most
So you
common
don't even
word.
know.
Nice claim. Nice claim.
Shit show.
It is a shit show. Don't assume anything.
I am hosting this, so I'm going to say, since this is going into a shit show, I want to.
It doesn't have to be. Let's have some fun with it. Come on, let's enjoy this.
No, because you lie, Zanik, and you.
I don't lie.
You think it's
know
fun
I don't lie.
to do it, and that's.
I don't think you lie either. Actually, I think you believe what you say.
So I'm gonna close the YouTube down. Probably come back tomorrow, or maybe do something like this more often.
Thanks, Bev. I appreciate the show.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna.
It's amazing.
Hey,
you
Rob,
can
which
argue
video are you
about
talking
flat.
about?
Bev, it is quite amazing that people
over,
can. Bev, I have a question or a statement.
Awakenings.
So good job with the show,
Right,
Bev.
so, yeah, as you
all
can
things
tell,